of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The CPI drags on the markets just a day after the big debate. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as we pick up the pieces from the first debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, in which inflation was a featured topic. We'll have more on the data coming up with Anna Wong at Bloomberg Economics, and we'll distill that debate and talk policy with our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the hour. As we turn to Wall Street first, as always, on this CPI day, the way it's playing on the market's not great. Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Indeed, CPI Wednesday, we have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average, S&P, they are both lower. NASDAQ, though, interesting story. NASDAQ advancing up by about 0.4%. Keep in mind, have been down by about 1.5% earlier in the session, but right now, we've got NASDAQ up 0.4, higher by 65 points. S&P down 14. S&P at 5481, drop right now of 0.3%, while the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 257, a drop there of 0.6% for the Dow, well off session lows. 10-year at 3.66%, the 2-year 3.63%. Spot gold down $2 the ounce, a little change now, 25.14, while West Texas Intermediate crude rebounding by 3% today. WTI 67.74 a barrel. Brent trading back above $70 a barrel, closing in on 71 right now. A barrel of Brent, the global benchmark, up now by 2.5%. Shares in solar firms are climbing, while prison and cryptocurrency-linked companies are slumping following the first presidential debate between Democratic nominee Kamala Harris and Republican rival Donald Trump. Among solar names, we've got shares right now of Solar Edge Technologies up by about 5%, Sunrun higher now by 6.9%, and Sunnova Energy International down by 4.9%. Among prison stocks, Geo Group down by 6.8%, and Core Civic trading lower by 4.9%. Immigration, of course, a major issue in this election. Those firms also run immigration detention facilities. And after last night's debate, shares of Donald Trump's social media company are tumbling. Shares of DJT, that is the parent of Trump Media and Technology Group, which operates Truth Social. Right now, we have got shares of DJT down by 12.6%. So again, recapping here, we are looking at a mixed market. The Dow, the S&P, they're both lower. S&P down 0.2%. NASDAQ higher by about 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a turn in the NASDAQ for us. We'll get back to Charlie in about 15 and see how things are going, as Charlie Pellet always keeps us honest on the markets. Here on the fastest show in politics, thanks for joining us as we welcome our global TV audience to the conversation this day after the grand debate. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lyons is on assignment. With breaking news, before we get that far, to the data and the debate from Capitol Hill. This is important as we consider a funding deadline for the government looming on September 30th. House Speaker Mike Johnson just told reporters there will be no vote today on the short-term spending plan brought forward to avoid a government shutdown. Remember, this is the 6-month stopgap that had been put forth by the Speaker, paired with the SAVE Act that was said to be DOA in the Senate. It may not get that far as we consider the stakes here for the Speaker. The biggest problem, it seems, among his own Republican conference is the duration, highlighted by defense hawks and the White House, as well as the Pentagon, as being potentially corrosive to military readiness, something we talked about earlier with Bloomberg's Tony Capaccio at the Pentagon. We'll see where this goes, but it looks like the Speaker is going to delay the vote until next week. Fast forward to this morning, CPI day. I wonder how that debate would have gone last night if the data had been released yesterday. Core inflation picks up, damping odds of outsized Fed cut, the headline on the terminal. We're joined now by an authority, Anna Wong, Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist. Anna, it's great to see you here at the table. Give us your sense on this. Shelter costs seem to be the biggest point of concern today.
Yeah, so the core CPI actually reached 0.28, and out of that, consensus was expecting about 0.21, and we can see that 7 basis points of that surprise is entirely due to two things. It is due to hotel prices and airfares prices. Shelter prices actually is in line with everybody's forecast, so there's no surprise there. And I think that the takeaway is that even though we are seeing a surprisingly hot core CPI, it's not from things that you generally think would be durable. It is kind of volatile, and the underlying tone of the report, when you dig into the details, is still for a slowdown ahead.
So what does Supercore tell you when we start stripping out some of these volatile factors, including shelter?
Yeah, so the Supercore actually won't be ready for, won't be a reliable estimate until we get PPI tomorrow. Yeah. And particularly, we're looking for the airfares in PPI, which is what goes into the PCE Supercore, to show a much slower pace of increase than what we saw in CPI today. We saw 3.9% increase in airfares. We're expecting to see only 1% in PPI tomorrow. So that would mean that the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, which is core PCE deflator, would likely come in at 0.2 rather than the 0.3 in the core CPI.
So you point to the Fed. That's the big conversation now. The market seems to be taking 50 basis points on the table. Is that for good reason?
Well, you can see that what's interesting is that despite the core CPI surprise, the bond market is rallying on the long end. Usually when you see a positive surprise in inflation, long end will actually go up rather than go down. What this means is that people are only dimming the hopes for 50 bips in September, but they are still continuing to bet that there will be a 50 bips cut sometime either in November or December.
It'll probably need to be to get to the destination that we're looking at here. So how's this going to feel next week? I know you probably want to see data tomorrow. You want to look at PPI, but which Jay Powell is going to emerge?
Yeah, I think that this today's CPI report is continuing the tone from the jobs report last Friday, which is that it will be hard to build that sense of urgency to get the majority of the FOMC to be on the boat of 50 bips, even though I think that Powell is on that boat. He wants to cut 50 bips because he saw how bad the beige book was.
Yeah, wow, amazing. Just while you're here, lastly, crude oil. West Texas crude up $2. We're creeping back up on $68 a barrel, but there's been a remarkable decline in energy prices. We're seeing it at the gas pump as well. To what extent can that provide a buffer for an economic slowdown, or is that simply an indication of one?
So Bloomberg Economics has a decomposition of the drivers of oil movements, and currently we're seeing that about half of it is due to supply, increasing supply, which would be a buffer for our consumers, because it means that simply that it's not really slowing demand that's driving the oil price decrease, which means you have more money in the pocket. So in that sense, it is actually positive for the consumer. I would say data points we've seen in recent months.
I managed to find a silver lining.
Yes.
Almost never happens. Anna Wong, thank you so much. Great to see you. On CPI Day, no less, Bloomberg Economics Chief U.S. Economist. Anna, great to have you with us here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Of course, this was a big topic last evening. The economy, one of the first issues that came up in this debate. And Donald Trump has a pretty good story to tell on this, as he can simply point to the polls. He's certainly encouraged by the fact that voters tend to trust him more on the economy and when it comes to handling interest rates. Kamala Harris didn't spend a lot of time talking about price gouging last night. Interestingly, that's one of her primary proposals here when it comes to price controls or lowering inflation. She did get to housing initiatives, but there were a lot of issues on the table. Of course, a 90-minute throwdown here, and abortion was a big one. And this is, of course, a major point of contrast between these two candidates. While they may not have filled in a lot of blanks and details of policy proposals when it came to the economy, they did have some pretty harsh words when it came to reproductive rights. Let's bring you back to Philadelphia. Before we assembled our panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano were with us last night. They're back with us today following the debate last night.
Her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born. is okay. And that's not okay with me. Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote.
Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot? She didn't want that.
A spirited exchange and arguably a good moment for the vice president. But did either leave with a net gain last evening? Did they get to undecided voters, or were they simply fanning the base? We assemble our panel, our signature panel, back with us today. Also, I'm sure on a little sleep, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie is a political science professor at Iona University, of course, as well. Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor. Great to see you both. Jeannie, on this front, there's been so much talk about the role that female voters will play. Suburban women listening and watching closely last night who are also worried about rising prices, about crime in this country. Did Kamala Harris win any of them over in that moment?
I think she may have on this issue in particular. Obviously, to your point, it's an issue that she is strong on. You know, Donald Trump should have taken a page out of Nikki Haley's playbook. Nikki Haley had an ability to talk about this issue in personal terms, obviously tough for Donald Trump, but in personal terms with an empathy towards women, particularly young women, but all women, and their need to have control of their bodies and their health. Donald Trump simply could not get there, and he's never been able to. And so he has told aides privately that this issue may be why he loses. And I don't think he's wrong about that. Very tough issue for him. And he was trying to explain, and he just couldn't get there. Because quite frankly, if you're going to start by we should be thanking him for getting Roe overturned and returning this to the states, that's losing on the face of it with most voters. And so he started from a losing position, and it only got worse the more he continued to try to defend himself.
Rick, I don't know what you think, what role, or if we can even quantify what role the issue of abortion is going to play in the general election, but does Donald Trump still have time to crystallize a message? He went last night for post-birth execution. Essentially, he was talking about he named the wrong governor, looking to West Virginia instead of Virginia on that one. It's one of the issues, one of the four issues debunked, fact-checked by the moderators last night. Why not talk about states' rights? Why not take that message that we heard earlier in the campaign?
Yeah, every now and then you have a issue that vexes a candidate, that just whatever you tell them isn't getting through. They can't put together the talking points in their head that they can accurately articulate. And this is the crucible of the problem for Donald Trump. I mean, you literally get to the point where you write it out on a card and you say, anytime you're asked a question about abortion, you take the card out of your vest pocket, you read it to the press, you put it back in, and you walk away. He cannot do that. And I would say, too, one of the things that has been happening on this issue is not just driving all the pro-choice voters that you can possibly do away from your campaign and into the hands of Kamala Harris, but the waffling on his own views on abortion, whether it's sort of this indecisive attitude about signing a national abortion ban, whether it's not sure whether or not you're going to support or not support the 6-week ban in Florida or the referendum that would loosen it up. His own base of social conservatives are really either confused or angry at this point. And the last thing you want to do is get the strongest core within your party, a group who you have benefited greatly by the appointments to the Supreme Court and the decisions they've made, upset with you because you're now trampling on the message that you should have.
Yeah. Interesting moment last evening, if I can call it that. I never thought I'd be having this conversation with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. It's still trending on Twitter. It was last night, still up there now. Quote, "They're eating the dogs," all caps, on X. That's because Donald Trump did go there last night. I don't know if you heard about this trope that was on social media, that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, were running around eating people's pets, eating the cats, the dogs, as he said. Interesting, ABC News reached out to the Springfield city manager to fact check that. Here's what it sounded like last night in Philadelphia.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just...
Seen people, he says, I've been watching the people on television. They said somebody ate their dog. Jeannie, I'm not even sure what to ask you about this, but is the former president just looking at the wrong websites?
Joe, he saw it on television, so it must be true. You know, I suspect David Muir, never thought he would have to fact check something like this. So, you know, here's the thing. You know how Bill Maher does those new rules? Here's a new rule. If you're in a presidential debate and you find yourself moving towards talking about unfounded things like dog eating people or people's eating dogs or whatever it was, maybe you should avoid it because it's not a winning message. I mean, this was the moment at which this debate was lost on points for Donald Trump. He didn't have a good night, but the idea that you would talk about this at a time when you should be defining Kamala Harris as too liberal, too dangerous for the country, and asking the question, Joe, that you asked yesterday on the show, well, if you're in office and you've got these great ideas, why not do this? As opposed to do any of that, he's going to talk about things that are not only uncomfortable and untrue, but unfathomable. And by the way, in response to people saying his rallies are weird, this is weird, so don't say it.
Well, you know, J.D. Vance was talking about it too, and I guess that he must have told Donald Trump about this. The fact is, actually, it dawned on me this morning, the only person we think we know ate a dog was RFK Jr. Remember that story? You can Google that during the break. Rick, I won't get to eating pets with you here, but to Jeannie's point, what do you make of backloading the debate with maybe the most powerful message that he delivered? It was in his closing statement that he asked Kamala Harris, you know, why, if you had all these great ideas, didn't you implement them in the last 3.5 years? Because on the border issue, he was talking about the border there, Rick, in our last moment. If there was one issue he could have owned Kamala Harris on, it might have been that. Did he undo the good by talking about eating pets?
Yeah, I mean, it's the spin-off of today. I mean, we talk about it all the time. It's not how you did in the debate the night of, it's how you get spun the day after and the day after that. And two major things happened last night. One, even though Kamala Harris had a good night, there was no standout moment. And yet her standout moment came a minute afterwards when Taylor Swift endorsed her. So that was all the spin she was going to need for today. But the dog eating, immigrants is going to follow Donald Trump around a lot. And I thought it was best said by Eric Erickson, who, Trump supporter, attacked the people who spread the rumor for letting it get into Donald Trump's head. No control.
There it is. Careful who you ride on the plane with. Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzano, they survived the debate. Thanks for being with us, our signature panel on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have now got the S&P 500 index trading a little changed, wiping out earlier losses at the worst level of the morning. The S&P 500 index have been down 1.6%, but right now lower by 2 points, down less than 0.1%. We got NVIDIA leading a tech rally. NVIDIA shares up now by 4.7%. Again, the S&P a little changed on the day. NASDAQ pushing higher, up 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index now up 118 points. The Dow is down 200 points, a decline of 0.5%. 10-year 3.66% with a 2-year 3.64%. Gold down almost $3 the ounce to $25.13, drop there of 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil now higher by 2.7%, $67.52 a barrel. Brent crude also rebounding back above $70 a barrel, $70.68 right now for a barrel of Brent, higher by 2.2%. After last night's presidential debate, shares of Donald Trump's social media company are tumbling. DJT on the ticker. It is down 13.1% right now. Trump Media and Technology Group operates Truth Social and counts the presidential candidate as its top shareholder. The move comes as Trump's odds of winning the election fell to 47%, according to data from betting market website Predict. Again, recapping, S&P down 2 points now, 54.93. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, and you can get it wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Charlie's eyes on the markets every day here on the fastest show in politics. We'll get back to Charlie in about 15 minutes and see how things are looking. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lyons on assignment. We do thank you for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio and on YouTube, where you can always find us. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. On this 11th of September, 2024, a lot of us noticed the weather when we woke up this morning here in Washington and in New York. The clear blue sky, the fall temps. Felt a lot like it did 23 years ago, and you keep seeing the hashtag or hearing people say, never forget. You'll see a lot more of those today. The fact of the matter is, if you were in Washington that day, or in New York, or in Pennsylvania, if you smelled the smoke and felt the fear and the confusion, you couldn't possibly forget. And of course, that goes for Americans all over the country who woke up that morning to find that news on their way to work or as they were packing up the kids for school. It changed their worldview. But you advance this story 23 years later, and the ceremonies, the names being read, the chimes being heard, means something different for a lot of young people who don't remember it or who were not alive when it happened. And that brings us to an important op-ed this morning in the Philadelphia Inquirer by the former governor of Pennsylvania, Mark Schweiker, writing about remembering 9/11 and advancing the lessons that we learned that day to the next generation. It is important to acknowledge, he says, the legislation signed into law in June by Governor Josh Shapiro, which established a moment of silence in our schools on 9/11 to be observed yearly. The sponsor of that legislation, Rep. Jim Haddock, had the unanimous support of the Pennsylvania General Assembly. Former Governor Schweiker also hoping that everyone will pause on 9/11 every year in a moment of silence. And you wonder if there is more that is needed to remember. He's with us right now in Pennsylvania, as a matter of fact, in Philadelphia this morning after the debate. And Governor, it's good to see you here. People should know that you became governor as a direct result of 9/11 when Tom Ridge was called to Washington to run the new Department of Homeland Security. And you've lobbied and worked closely with the families of 9/11. What is your thought now as you talk to people in their early to mid-20s and think about their kids 10 or 20 years from now in advancing the lessons that we learned 23 years ago?
Well, I think there's an American instinct to understand more about it, to know more about it, to inquire about it. I think for those of us on the front line, Joe, as you've already emphasized, it's a day never to be forgotten out of respect for the families. And you know, that day, by the end of the day, 2,996 Americans had perished. So we're not going to forget it anytime soon. But relative to younger folks, I do believe that they want to understand what occurred. what led us to that point, and that they're inclined to be a storyteller of sorts, so that it's handed down over generations through families as well.
You write and remind us, by the way, it wasn't just the almost 3,000 people who died that day. Nearly as many first responders have died after 9/11 as those who perished in the moments after the terror attacks. Within 3 years, more than 70,000 people suffering from physical and mental health issues related to the attacks. This is something the nation had to deal with, Governor, and you remember the moments that followed 9/11, the unity that so many people have tried to reach back to and recreate since then. It has never been duplicated. Why not?
Well, so to speak, America has moved on. Here we are. You mentioned this also, 23 years later on this gorgeous Wednesday morning or Wednesday afternoon now. You know, that life, so to speak, is somewhat back to normalcy. You know, we don't feel threatened by external forces. They couldn't be more wrong. You know, think about this. Not too long ago, there were 8 would-be terrorists from Tajikistan. 2 of them were in Philadelphia. In my estimation, probably casing locations in and around Philadelphia, because in 2026, when we celebrate the 250th birthday of this great country, this longest-running democracy in the history of the world, I don't think they were here looking for places to buy hot dogs or ice cream. Probably casing the place, as law enforcement would say. So we've got to stay on top of our game. If anything, on this gorgeous Wednesday, it's also about proper reflection, commemorating those who perished, and relative to Homeland Security, that it's more than just a moniker, more than just 2 words. Individually speaking, and certainly those who serve in high levels of government, state and federal and county and so on, need to be extra vigilant as these kinds of incidents occur. So I think 9/11 can be not just about commemoration, even though that's the lion's share of the emotional aspect today. Staying on top of our Homeland Security game and remaining vigilant is essential as well.
As we spend time with former Pennsylvania Governor Mark Schweiker with us in a very busy downtown Philadelphia this day after the debate. Of course, Governor, we have to remind ourselves that we would not have had a debate last evening about the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan if it were not for the events that took place 23 years ago today. This has become a big point of contention in this debate. And as you support one candidate or the other in this race, and you can tell me where you're going to fall on this to the extent that you're involved in this election cycle, does Kamala Harris deserve some of the blame for the way that withdrawal was conducted?
Well, you know, individually speaking, I'm like most Americans. I'm paying very close attention to every minute and every rhetorical turn of last night's debate. Individually speaking, along with my wife, we'll make a decision in due time. As I see it, relative to Afghanistan, it was, by most military accounts, most third-party independent accounts, it was a messy withdrawal. Lives that, in the assessment of many, did not have to be lost if there were a thorough, sensible strategy for exit from Afghanistan. So I do think that the president bears some responsibility here. The current president, President Biden. As I see it, it's a bit of a reach to suggest that the vice president and management decision fingerprints was on that maneuver that day. On the other hand, it's an administration that bears responsibility. So I sensed last night a bit of defensiveness on her part. But as I see it, Joe, we're in a situation now where we've got to be talking about just living and the aspects of shopping and the extra expense in the supermarket. We've got to talk about preserving Pennsylvania's economy, which is heavily dependent on natural gas and extraction technologies. So in that regard, I stand here as a longtime Pennsylvanian. Those jobs and paychecks need to be protected as well. So aside from what happened in Afghanistan, let's talk about what's underway in the rural areas of Pennsylvania and the prospect of should that industry be diminished, that means jobs and paychecks are taken away from Pennsylvania residents.
Well, I'd like to talk about that. Do you take Kamala Harris at her word that she would not ban fracking? What does that mean for voters in Western Pennsylvania?
in my assessment, as it stands today, other than some areas of Pennsylvania, largely urban, across the state, there are great misgivings about her seeming comfort years ago to say fracking needs to be stopped. And at this point, on this gorgeous September afternoon, I believe there are an awful lot of Pennsylvanians who believe they cannot take her at her word.
Josh Shapiro, of course, is not one of them. I think you're a fan of the governor. Is he the best asset she has in Pennsylvania?
Without question. I mean, Josh Shapiro is someone that has won a number of elections. I think it confirms he knows how to compete, both on a rhetorical and public policy choice level. I think in sensible fashion, he has made it clear that, you know, we're not, in a state government is not in the business of destroying the local economy. It's about sensibly helping it. In that regard, federal attitude on some counts, and yes, as expressed by the vice president, the idea that fracking should go away, that is Hillary Clinton-like here in Pennsylvania. If you remember, let's look back. A couple of years back when Hillary Clinton was competing against Donald Trump, she made, I think in the estimation of many, the rhetorical misstep and said, in West Virginia, these coal jobs are going away. Well, you know what happened in West Virginia? And you can't, as I see it, it's not the job of an office holder or a nominee to say, I want to take away your job and paycheck. In effect, that's what it means. So as I see it in some on this September day, kind of a no blood outcome to last night's debate. And the Pennsylvanians will be looking very closely at how they comport themselves between now and November 5th, particularly on economy building efforts and particularly on natural gas, because Pennsylvania, after Texas, is the #2 producer. We are talking about jobs and paychecks for regular Pennsylvanians. So I think they're going to have to step very carefully relative to, and I think, listen to Josh Shapiro. I think he's got it right.
Fascinating conversation. And it sounds like Kamala Harris has more convincing to do to get Pennsylvanians to vote for her. I only have 30 seconds, Governor. Is Tim Walz the right man to deliver that message to your state?
As I see it, his outlook is really all about a growing role. And this is odd coming from a state's governor. Generally, it's an assertion that the federal government should be a central force in American life. I don't believe most Americans see it that way. And regardless of the issue or the policy proclamation that he shares, it's a suggestion that the federal government should be bigger in our life. I think most Americans question that direction.
All right, Governor. Mark Schweiker, the former governor of Pennsylvania, with us on this 23rd anniversary of 9/11 on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index back in the green. Got to keep in mind, at one point that index was down by roughly 1.5%. Right now we are looking at a gain in the S&P. CPI Wednesday up by about 0.1%. The S&P higher by 6 now, back above 5,500, 55.01, where we stand on the S&P 500 index, back in the green. The Dow, however, lower, down 144 points now, a decline of just about 0.4%, while NASDAQ is up 149, higher by about 0.9%. 10-year at 3.67%, the 2-year now 3.66%. Gold down 0.1%, 25.13 the ounce. A move higher today for West Texas Intermediate crude, rebounding by 2.8%, 67.59. Brent closing in on $71 a barrel, trading back above that $70 threshold at 70.79 right now, up by about 2.3%. A rally in some of the world's biggest tech names pushed stocks away from session lows in what has been a volatile session that had traders digesting faster than anticipated inflation data. McDonald's is inching closer to a future where human cashiers aren't necessary. Sources tell Bloomberg the world's largest burger chain is rolling out a new format in the U.S. with digital ordering stations that can take cash and give change. McDonald's shares today down by 1.4%. After last night's debate, shares of Donald Trump's social media company are tumbling. DJT down now by 12.2%. Trump Media and Technology Group operates Truth Social and counts the presidential candidate as its top shareholder. Again, recapping a turnaround for the S&P 500 index, up now by 6 points. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now and wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, and thank you for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio, the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lyons is on assignment as we pick up the pieces from debate night, but also bring you breaking news from Washington. Amazing how things can change in 24 hours. We were talking at this time yesterday about a looming vote on a stopgap measure that Speaker Mike Johnson had brought forth to extend, to kick the can on government funding 6 months down the road, knowing that funding expires September 30. This was not expected to be easy. Tied with the SAVE Act, Democrats didn't like it, wasn't expected to pass the Senate, even if it did pass the House. Now it's not happening today. As we report, the Speaker talking to reporters earlier, there will be no vote today on the short-term spending plan to avoid a government shutdown. They're going to work through the weekend, it seems. In fact, we may not see a vote now until next week. Remembering, time is tight, and this is going to be an interesting debate. Donald Trump saying on Truth Social yesterday, Republicans should not vote for any stopgap unless it does come with the SAVE Act, which Democrats remind tries to solve a problem that is not in existence because it is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in elections. Now, that's where we start our conversation with someone who had his eyes on the debate last night and, of course, was in Lower Manhattan this morning on this anniversary of 9/11. That would be Dan Goldman, Democratic Congressman, New York's 10th District, with us live from Capitol Hill. Congressman, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming back. Did Republicans' rhetoric change on this stopgap after the debate last night?
I don't actually think the debate had that much to do with it. I think it was very clear that for a variety of reasons, there were numerous Republicans who did not want to move forward with this. Some understood that billions of dollars would be underfunded for veterans, for the military, for our national security if this went a full 6 months. And others realized that this was a non-starter. It was never going to ultimately become law, and it was playing more brinksmanship with a government shutdown, and the Republicans would have held responsibility for that a month before the election.
Are you worried about a shutdown, or is the Senate going to solve this for the House once again?
Look, I'm always worried about a shutdown, but I think we've been through this several times before, and we've seen it, and we know how it's going to play out. And it's going to play out ultimately with Speaker Johnson needing the Democrats to pass a short-term stopgap 3-month CR That is exactly what has happened the last couple times that we've been through this brinksmanship. And it's bewildering why he continues to do it again and again and again. It's the definition of insanity to think that something will be different. But here we are, recognizing 3 weeks before that this is not going to happen.
This is a familiar feeling, I'm afraid, Congressman, to your point. We've seen this movie before. The talk is then, if not 6 months, 3 months. Is that what happens? We fund the government through the end of the year, and whoever wins the election, the next president, is going to have to deal with this problem on day one.
Well, I think part of the point of actually doing it in mid-December is so that whoever becomes president does not have to deal with this on day one, that we will get it done before the new president, who I believe will be Kamala Harris, takes office on January 20th. And that's the way it should be done, and that's the way that I expect it to be done. But it just goes to show, Joe, how consistent and continuous the Republicans are in playing games with our government, with our national security, with our veterans, with the things that matter to the American people. And it is political brinksmanship after political brinksmanship. They are not serious about doing the actual work to solve the problems for the American people. That has been the story this entire Congress, and that is why Democrats need to win in November so that Democratic majority can actually do the work for the American people that the Democrat majority did in the last Congress, and that basically the Democratic minority has done this Congress, because everything that has passed Congress has required Democrats.
Well, if the idea here is then to do a stopgap through December and then somehow craft a real budget with 12 spending bills in regular order, it would take a Christmas miracle, Congressman, and I would love to be talking to you about that if it gets that far by the end of the year. But I want to ask you about the debate last night. I know you were watching here, and I know the matter of Ukraine is important to you. Our support for the war in Ukraine, knowing that you were the lead counsel in the first impeachment against Donald Trump, which brought us back to the original perfect phone call, as we all remember. Donald Trump said a couple of things last night. If he had been president, this war never would have started. Vladimir Putin never would have invaded Ukraine. He also said if Kamala Harris gets elected, that this is going to take a very different direction. Do you believe that's true, that this war would not have happened with Donald Trump in office?
Absolutely not. The war happened because Donald Trump had messed around and undermined our alliances with our allies, to the point where there was so much discord and disagreement between Donald Trump and our closest allies that Vladimir Putin believed that it was the opportune time for him to make his illegal and improper invasion of a democratic state, Ukraine, next door to him. And the reason why Vladimir Putin so desperately wants Donald Trump to be president again, and why he is paying social media, right-wing media, to promote Russian propaganda to help Donald Trump win, is because he knows that he has Donald Trump wrapped around his finger. And the reality is Donald Trump could not even say last night that he wants the democratic Ukraine to beat and win this war against the dictator Vladimir Putin from Russia. That is all you need to know. This man coddles up to dictators, and he undermines democracy both here at home and abroad. And it's why so many of the national security officials who worked for Donald Trump have said that he is unfit to be president and that they are supporting Kamala Harris. This is a critical issue, and that specific answer was so telling as to who Donald Trump is and what kind of presidency a Trump 2.0 would be. It would be a red carpet for Vladimir Putin to take over Ukraine and expand into Europe.
Well, it's interesting because Kamala Harris said last night that if Donald Trump were elected, Vladimir Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. But the fact of the matter is, Congressman, we've talked to the president of Poland. President Duda sat here right at the table with us. We had the same conversation with Oksana Markarova, the ambassador of Ukraine to the United States. When we asked them about what a Trump 2.0 would mean for U.S. support for NATO and the war in Ukraine, they both said, hey, Donald Trump gave Ukraine lethal weapons when others would not, and he deserves credit for that. Are they wrong?
Well, that is factually correct. But then he withheld those lethal weapons in order to coerce and extort the president of Ukraine to make up a bogus investigation to help Donald Trump's election and his electoral prospects. And so, yes, on the one hand, that's right, but this is the problem with Donald Trump. You can't trust him because when push comes to shove, he will always put his personal interest over the country's. And so he may do something the right way because he doesn't care about it, he's not paying attention to it. But if he finds something that he can do that can help him personally, he will always do that. And that's why he got impeached the first time, is because he illegally withheld essential military and financial support for Ukraine against Russia. And so that's obviously why Vladimir Putin is so eager for Donald Trump to become president again.
You know, you saw it, Congressman. Donald Trump was given several occasions last night, several opportunities to say that he wanted Ukraine to win the war. Each time he would simply say he wanted the war to end. How do you interpret that?
I interpret it exactly as you did, which is, it's one thing if he perhaps doesn't answer the question once, but I believe he was asked 3 times, and he refused to say that he preferred that the democratic, independent, sovereign nation of Ukraine that was invaded by a dictator, Vladimir Putin, would win the war. And then when he talks about in grandiose terms how, and he consistently does this, he would end it on day 1 before he's even president. And you ask him, how are you going to do that? Never once has he provided any information about how he's going to do that. And we all know the reason why. And Vice President Harris said it last night, because he will just allow Vladimir Putin to walk over Ukraine and to take over Kyiv and to take over a democratic nation for the first time since World War II. So you don't have to dig deep to figure out what Donald Trump wants. He makes it very clear, and what he wants is for dictators and strongmen like Viktor Orban, who he bragged about, and Vladimir Putin to be his friends. Those are his models, not democracies like Ukraine.
Well, Congressman, you represent New York's 10th district, and this is an awfully important day here, this 11th of September, for the people in your district, for you, for the people of New York City, for everyone who's listening and watching this right now. I was struck this morning to see the images from Lower Manhattan in this memorial service that we've grown so used to every year, to see Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, all standing together to pay tribute. What does that tell us about the significance of this day?
Well, it tells us many things. First of all, this was the anniversary of the worst terrorist attack against the United States on U.S. soil in history, and it is critical that we never forget that we have enemies abroad who want to destroy us, and that still remains the case. It's also a time to appreciate and remember all of the first responders who so bravely went into ground zero, into the towers first, and then cleaned off the pile, many, many thousands of whom are now suffering from mental health consequences, or rather health consequences. But the other thing, Joe, and I think this is really, really important, 9/11 was a day that brought all Americans together, whether you were Democratic or you were Republican or you were independent or nothing. That day, we were all Americans. And this morning, as we stood there at 9/11, we were just Americans, there to commemorate one of the worst days in American history. And it is really, really important, even in our divisive and polarized political times, that we remember we are all Americans. We all love this country. We all want this country to be better. And that was, to me, so much of the takeaway this morning as I stood next to Rudy Giuliani and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and President Biden, Vice President Harris, Senator Schumer, Governor Hochul. Yes. It didn't matter what parties we were for this day, because we were commemorating an American holiday, which is now 9/11.
It's incredibly important, Congressman. I appreciate your answering that question, and I'm glad that you were there for us today, because I'll tell you what, waking up this morning, I have rarely felt further away from that moment, and so many of us wonder how we can get back to it without a tragedy. Great to be with us today on Bloomberg. Congressman, thank you. Dan Goldman, New York's 10th District, live from Capitol Hill. He's made his way back to Washington, as many lawmakers have, following the tributes this morning in New York. We'll have a lot more for you later on the late edition of Balance of Power. Do join us, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody.
Who is that? Who is that voice? Who is that?
Where am I?
The
Who am I?
long-lost Carol Masser.
Usually I'm having like my 6th cup of coffee and still in my
Is this
jammies.
what you were doing for the last 2 weeks?
It was really mellow. I did do a lot of reading, though. Thank you.
Sorry, you were saying something.
No,
I apologize.
no. It's all good. It's all good. We are across multiple platforms here on Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic. It is September 11th, so keeping those memories certainly alive. I had to kind of, when I woke up this morning, I thought, wow, 23 years ago, long time. But just something to think about. We have a lot on our minds on this Wednesday, and if we look at the markets, man, you go back a few hours, we had a broad-based sell-off, but that's not the case right now.
Yeah, stocks bouncing back. Thank you, NVIDIA. We've got a broad-based equity sell-off that was underway. Maybe Mike McKee can explain kind of, what's going on when it comes to the inflation data and that market reaction.
3 letters, CPI.
Okay.
All right, we're going to get into it in just a moment. We're going to dig into it. The debate between the 2 U.S. presidential candidates last night, the strategies, what we learned, what we didn't learn when it came to their policies, the facts and fictions of it all, how each one might lead. I've got to say we've got a very special guest who has worked for many years, both on the private and public sectors. Stefan Seelig is back with us. He worked during the Obama administration, so I'm curious to see what he has to say about what we got, maybe what we didn't get from the candidates.
Yeah, he's going to be joining us in the studio in just a few minutes. Also, one more thing. It may make flying friendlier again.
More peanuts?
In the U.S.
More blankets?
No.
More space?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
One more thing.
Not those things.
All right, stick around. You'll find out a little bit later on. All right, first up, let's get to the one and only Charlie Pellet with a check on today's trade.
Thank you very much. Carol Masters back, and we love having you back. World's a much better place. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average in the red right now. S&P, NASDAQ, they are both advancing. A rally in some of the world's largest tech companies pushing stocks away from session lows. Has been a volatile session that had traders digesting faster than anticipated inflation data. So here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index in the green, up 11 now, up by about 0.2%. 5506 is where the S&P stands. We've got the Dow down 136 right now, drop there of 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index ripping higher by 180 points, up by 1.1%. You mentioned NVIDIA, that stock now up by 5.9%. 10-year at 3.66%, with the 2-year that's yielding 3.66% as well. Gold down $2 the ounce, 25.14, down by about 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.7%, 67.50 a barrel. Brent back above 74 right now, up by 2.2%. The day after the debate, shares in solar firms are climbing. Prison and cryptocurrency-linked companies are slumping following the first presidential debate between Democratic nominee Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump. Among some of the solar names that are moving higher, Solar Edge Technologies up now by 5.3%. Sunrun up now by 7.7%. Sunnova Energy trading higher by almost 6%. And among private prison stocks, they are lower. Geo Group down now by 7.5%. Core Civic trading lower by 4.6%. Immigration, a major campaign issue in this election. Those firms also run immigration detention facilities. Again, recapping, we are looking at a mixed market. S&P now up by 10, a gain of 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, let's get to one of the key data points really before next week's Fed meeting. I feel like, Tim, we just keep counting down, jobs report, inflation reports, just different things we kept kind of making our way through.
T-minus 7 days.
Well done.
We get
well
that
done.
Fed decision.
I'm kind of excited. What we got this morning, though, was another read on inflation. Data that showed underlying U.S. inflation unexpectedly picked up in the month of August. Higher prices for housing and travel. So maybe that 50 basis point rate cut that some have been banking on, not going to happen.
Let's ask Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy correspondent Michael McKee. He's here in the studio. So headline numbers, Mike, what everyone is talking about, the so-called CPI. Does it rule out 50 basis points come next week?
No, it doesn't rule it out, but I think the Fed's default position was always 25 basis points, and the 50 was sort of a wish on Wall Street that they are now ruling out for themselves. If you look at the overall numbers, we saw the headline CPI come down to 2.5%, and we saw the core at 3.2%, but those include 12 months ago. Well, that's an annual rate, but that's irrelevant now. If you look at it on a 6-month basis, the headline is at 1.9%.
Good.
And the core is at 1.8%. If you look at it at a 3-month basis, the 3 most recent months, you're at 1.1%. 2.5% for the headline and 2.4% for the core. So you'd be, especially on the headline, thinking, well, maybe we're too low.
Would the Fed think it's too low? Do they look at that 3 month? Or
I don't think they would look at it that way, but
Okay.
they are. If they wanted to do 50, there would be an excuse in that. They could say that the economy may be slowing too.
do they need to do 50, Mike? In your view, when you look at the rest of the statistics?
And I think that's why the consensus has emerged around the idea of 25, is because the economy is not falling apart. We're still seeing strong consumer spending, and we're seeing jobs reasonable. We didn't get quite as many last week, but we saw the unemployment rate fall.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a flashing red light out there that says we got to move quickly.
There is a flashing red headline that I do want to bring to your attention. It's kind of perfect that we have you in here. The Fed's Inspector General releases a report on Bostic's investments. The Fed Inspector General didn't find evidence that Bostic traded on confidential information. Mike, remind everyone what was going on here.
Well, it's kind of an offshoot of the earlier Fed issues about whether they properly disclosed that it was the Boston Fed and the Dallas Fed.
Yeah.
Even Jay Powell got caught up in it.
I had forgotten that Bostic got caught up in it.
Did they disclose accurately what trades had been done? And so the Fed, after the initial round, tightened the rules. And the way the story went, there was Bostic had to refile his financial forms because it turned out that he had that there had been trades made during a time period when there shouldn't have been trades made, which brought up the question of whether there was a confidential conflict of interest. And what Bostic said at the time was that this was a mistake by his trustee who's keeping track of his money, because they didn't realize that the rules had changed. And I guess the Inspector General says, yes, the trades created the appearance of a conflict of interest, but it wasn't him doing something based on confidential information.
So just remind us going forward, and then we'll go back to the inflation data. So things, though, have changed in terms of oversight of Fed officials in terms of trading? Is it what
Yes.
came out of all of this?
Well, they completely changed the disclosure rules, and they have to disclose any trades. They can't make trades at certain times now, and there are some things they're not allowed to trade. So it's a much tighter regime, and we get the financial disclosure forms every year, and they haven't suggested anything bad in a while.
All right, good to know, because you're right. It's been a while since we've got a headline.
Boy, I mean, reporters just pour over those now.
As we do, and as we also pour over, these economic data points, especially because we've got a Fed meeting next week, and we know this is going to be probably a big one, right, where the Fed actually starts to cut rates. Having said that, the economic risks right now, Mike, in the U.S. economy, is it more on the labor market side of things? Like, where are the risks? Because I do feel like with this political election, the economy's still front and center. I was away and I was talking to somebody and I was making a purchase and it was under $100, and I said, oh my God, it's so nice to make a purchase that's under $100, because it doesn't feel like you get away with groceries
Was
or
it bacon?
what have you.
Was it food at home?
It
These
wasn't.
are things we're going to talk to Mike about in 30 seconds.
It was not bacon or food. But what she said to me is, I get my paycheck, I deposit it, and it's gone right away. And it just speaks to how many Americans are struggling right now.
I think you probably would have heard that prior to the pandemic, too, what people tend to forget. The idea that, yes, the price level's gone up for a lot of things. Input prices went up, and so that fed through. And now they basically sort of stopped rising, but the level of prices is higher than it was. The one thing everybody leaves out when they come out with those statistics, though, is the level of incomes has also risen, and in the last year been higher than the inflation rate. So you're really still ahead of inflation. But what sticks in your head is when you go to the grocery store and the price is higher. Right. You're not thinking about, well, I made a little bit more in my paycheck this month, because that was me. I'm so great, I get more money, but I'm getting screwed because the prices have gone up.
But as you reminded us on Bloomberg TV this morning, some prices are actually coming down, including grocery prices. This came up last night at the debate.
Yeah, they asked me about the financial aspects of the debate last night, and I pointed out that grocery prices were a big deal. They were down, well, they were flat this month. They were down by a tenth last month, and basically they've been flat for a couple of months. And I think Trump brought up bacon. Bacon prices have been down big for 2 months now, down 1.7% this past month. And then I noted that if you had to replace a pet prices were lower.
You had to go there, huh?
Had to go there.
And if you don't understand that, just Google.
Just watch the debate.
Just watch the debate, which you all should as good Americans. That seems like a really good logical place for us to head to our next segment. Mike, thank you so much, as always. Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. Let's get to the debate last night between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
Republican Donald Trump and Democrat Kamala Harris sparred for more than 90 minutes. That was last night in a head-to-head matchup that ended with prediction markets showing positive signs for the vice president. The two candidates meeting for the first time battled on issues ranging from abortion to Afghanistan, and to what matters most to voters, the economy.
My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations.
We've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class.
Of course, that last voice, former President Donald Trump, and then prior to that, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris at last night's debate, just as early voting is set to get underway in several key states. Let's get to the key takeaways, separating out fact from fiction as best as we can. Back with us is Bloomberg News senior White House and politics correspondent Gregory Cordy. He's in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Before we get into the big takeaways, Gregory, I want to ask you, the narrative you've been hearing in and around the Beltway today, around the political space more broadly, because, to be fair, depending on the news you watch, social media or cable news or what have you, either candidate can sometimes be put out there as the winner last night. What are you hearing? What are the broad themes from those performances?
Yeah, obviously, it goes without saying, we are a very polarized country. Voters are polarized. The media that they consume is polarized. But luckily, we have a lot of data points that we can look to in close to real time, so we don't necessarily have to take the spin from each side from that spin room after the debate. And so there are a couple of things I've looked at. One is the prediction markets. They started the debate at 9 o'clock last night Eastern time, pretty even in those odds. By the end of the debate, Harris had about a 7-point spread advantage over Trump in the prediction markets. Bitcoin went down 1%. We know that's very highly correlated to Trump because he's perceived as being more friendly to crypto on that policy. We saw an overnight poll. I was looking at one from YouGov that said by about a 2-to-1 margin, voters thought that Harris had won the debate. And at Bloomberg, we've talked to some major donors today, and even the Trump donors said they had to admit that Harris overperformed in this debate. Elon Musk himself said that Harris had a good debate. There's a lot of grumbling in the Trump camp about the moderators and the questions and the fact-checking that was done in real time. But at this point now, within the light of day, the following day, I don't think there's any debate about the consensus that's emerged that Harris won this debate.
Hey, Gregory, one thing that you focus on, of course, is the polling. You are a polling guru. Historically, do debates like these matter? Certainly the debate in June against Donald Trump and Joe Biden mattered. It had huge implications. But when you're this close to an election, the candidates have been decided. Do debates such as these matter?
That remains to be seen. Historically, no, but there are a couple of things here. One is that obviously this is a very close election, and so if you can sway even just a few thousand voters in swing states, that could make the difference. We don't know that yet. This is also the second earliest debate we've ever had, the earliest, of course, being that June debate. We are front-loading these debates earlier in the cycle, in part because of early voting, in part because the Commission on Presidential Debates, which had hosted these debates and the League of Women Voters before them, that system has broken down, and now we get these debates a la carte depending on what the campaigns can agree to. And so this debate is a little different. As you point out, I would have told you that debates don't matter, but the June debate is proof that sometimes they do. So we'll have to digest the polling over the next days and weeks to kind of see whether this Harris win on style points translates into support at the ballot box.
Well, and I also do wonder for the voting public, as I shared a story just prior to you about just a woman telling me while I was on vacation about, putting her paycheck in the bank and, it's gone right away because everything just costs so much. And I don't think this was an individual case. You read lots of cases like this. Did we get substance in terms of policy? Did we get what the American voters maybe need or want in terms of how it affects them?
Look, as a sort of a policy wonk myself, I would love nothing more than a substantive debate on policies where each side lays out their plans and then voters can watch the debate and put them side by side and figure out who they agree with most. That's not what happens in modern debates anymore. There's just enough of that, and I think what candidates need to do in general, but especially in debates, is just let voters know they have plans. Voters don't necessarily like to read white papers or, really delve into the details. But one of the things we've seen in the polling with Kamala Harris over the past month is she's really closed the gap with Trump on economic issues. Every issue we talk about, we poll about a dozen different issues from inflation to jobs, the stock market. Every single one of those issues, Harris is doing better, even though voters don't think the economy is doing any better than it was 2-3 months ago when it was Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. Mm-hmm. So they're giving Harris sort of a blank slate. They like that she's talking about housing, even though the specifics of her housing proposal, the down payment assistance, $25,000 for new homeowners that she's proposing in this campaign, was the poorest performing policy proposal that we polled last month. It's not overwhelmingly popular, and yet just the fact that she's talking about it is winning her some points with voters.
Hey, Gregory, right before you go, we have about 30 seconds left. Just weigh in on the potential impact of Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris. It happened yesterday, minutes after the debate ended. As her own Bloomberg News team writes, she brings 283 million fans to the razor-thin 2024 election. Does this affect it?
Look, she has the star power, right? And she has a very, very loyal following of people who will certainly take that into account. I was monitoring the donations to the Democratic Party through the Act Blue platform last night. Harris, the debate certainly gave a bump, but then after the Swift endorsement, even more small dollar donations flowed in. Wow. I have to think it has to make some kind of difference on the margins. Whether it's big enough, we'll have to see.
Gotta say, I was getting solicitations on my phone.
Yeah?
I don't do anything. I'm a journalist. I just, report on what's going on.
They found you.
But they found me. Gregory Cordy, thank you so much, as always. Bloomberg News Senior White House and politics correspondent Gregory Cordy right there in our D.C. newsroom.
Hey, still ahead, we're going to continue with last night's debate and the policy insight we got or didn't get but needed with a former D.C. insider and a Wall Street insider. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a mixed U.S. stock market right now. The Dow does remain in the red, trading lower, down by about 0.3%, down 140 right now. The S&P, what a rebound there, up 12 points, a gain now of just about 0.2%. We've got the S&P at 5507. NASDAQ rallying 190 points, up now by about 1.1%. A rally in some of the world's largest tech companies, pushing stocks away from session lows. The 10-year yield right now trading at 3.66%, with the 2-year now at 3.65%. Spot gold, little change, down 0.1%, 25.13 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 2.4%, 67.35 for a barrel of WTI. Brent back above $70 a barrel. Brent crude up now by just about 2%. NVIDIA shares are advancing. Right now we've got NVIDIA climbing higher by 6.1%. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, whose products have become the hottest commodity in the tech world, said the scramble for a limited amount of supply has frustrated some customers and raised tensions. Again, NVIDIA up now by 6.1%. After last night's presidential debate, shares of Donald Trump's social media company tumbled. Trump Media and Technology Group, which operates Truth Social and counts the presidential candidate as its top shareholder, trading lower now. We've got DJT, that's the ticker, down by 13.1%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P rebounding by 13 points, up 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We continue with our coverage of last night's debate. As you know, Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, sparring through their first debate, with the former president often on the defensive over abortion rights, the January 6th insurrection, on foreign policy, and sometimes on trade.
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military.
And that, of course, was Vice President Kamala Harris talking trade with former President Donald Trump, her views on the Trump trade policy. Let's get more on the debate and the political conversation that is and that maybe needs to be. Back with us is Stefan Seelig. He has worked in leadership roles in both the private and public sectors, including a nearly 30-year on Wall Street, former Undersecretary of Commerce for International Trade at the U.S. Department of Commerce during the Obama administration. He also headed the International Trade Administration. His background is so rich, which is why we lean on him a lot. He is also managing partner and founder of Bridgepark Advisors, the financing advisory firm. He's back here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. He also, last time he was on with us, said that President Biden would step down from the race. So first of all, congratulations, and will you buy me a lottery ticket? Why did you think that so much? Because he had no choice? Remind us of why you were thinking about that, because it was before he did it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, as you recall, Carol, this was right after the former president was shot. And I thought that, that opportunity for him to look so presidential, frankly, was going to give him a real bump. And I thought it was going to force President Biden's hand. And fundamentally, what I told you is, when I believed that when he was convinced, and his closest advisors and confidants were convinced that he was going to lose, he was going to do the right thing and be a patriot, do the right thing for the country and for the party, and that's ended up being.
And he did.
That's what he did.
So your thoughts on last night and what the race is now? Did we get enough when it comes to economics and policy and things that Americans care about?
I was actually surprised about how little the debate actually covered economic topics. Where you look at all of the polling, it says economic issues are the most important things that are going to drive undecided voters' votes in the election. One is the economy, and two is inflation. I'm not sure how inflation is not part of the economy. But I think we got, far less of a real substantive dialogue on those topics than I would have hoped and expected. And I also thought that, there was really very peripheral conversation around China, which I also might have expected, given the important issues that our country faces with its greatest competitor.
We did get some conversation on tariffs, and Donald Trump did push back on what we heard from Kamala Harris in that clip just now by saying that the Biden administration did leave intact some of the tariffs that the Trump administration had put on China. What are your thoughts around those types of protectionist trade policies?
You know, it's interesting, Tim. Actually, both parties are really largely aligned on tariffs and trade, actually. There are, of course, some nuances. Former President Trump is doubling down on his reasonably aggressive, trade stance. What he said, at least, was he would implement tariffs of 10 to 20% across the board and 60% of goods coming in from China with a broad brush. I don't think that's particularly effective. To be sure, tariffs have an important place to protect industry, U.S. industry, where those industries are critical to our national security interests. But when you do it on a broad brushed basis, at least it's my view, that the light's not worth the candle, because clearly it's inflationary. I think it actually costs you more jobs than it saves you, and costs get passed on to the consumer. And frankly, there are a lot of industries where we are just not competing effectively on a global basis, and as a result, taxing those goods coming in is just bad for U.S. consumers and is inflationary.
So it's not apples to apples in terms of what Donald Trump is proposing now, Stefan, in terms of more Chinese goods that are coming in versus what we've seen during the Trump administration, what continued into the Biden administration, specifically on high tech and chips in particular. So it's not the same thing.
Well, the tariffs, let's separate. One of the things the Biden administration did was export controls as it relates to chips and critical technology, but specifically as it relates to tariffs, this started with steel production and the issue around state-owned enterprises in China, which control steel production and now are by far the leading producer of steel around the world and have flooded the market. The fact is, President Trump put on tariffs for imported steel from China. The fact is the Biden administration kept those tariffs, but the fact is China's behavior has not changed. And so the question always should become in these circumstances, was it effective?
Right.
And at least so far in changing Chinese behavior as it relates to steel, it hasn't been effective. And in fact, it's gotten in many ways worse because the Chinese economy has slowed, and as a result, their domestic consumption of steel has gone down. And what's happened to all that steel that continues to be produced? It's being sent overseas, driving down prices and creating real global instability in that steel in the steel market.
You did mention the economy and inflation, two things that we know, thanks to poll after poll, are on the top of mind for voters. We learned a little bit more about Kamala Harris last night, but still, since she's relatively new as a candidate and doesn't have a full policy position out there, we don't know everything about how she feels about this stuff. Some of her other policies that she's unveiled in recent weeks include no taxing tips. She's come out with that. First-time home buyers getting some sort of home buying credit, expansion of the child tax credit, supporting small businesses, we learned in recent weeks, with tax cuts there.
But let's go through a couple of those tips.
Yeah,
so,
I want to talk specifically about the home buying one.
The home buying one to me is interesting, and you didn't mention obviously the whole price gouging,
price gouging
issue that
well.
she raised, because to me these both reflect a fundamental misunderstanding of reasonably simple economics, right? Which is if you give somebody $25,000 to go buy a first home, and there is frankly not a demand issue but a supply issue, let me tell you what's going to happen. That curve goes up, and houses are going to cost $25,000 more.
Basic economics.
Basic economics.
Yeah.
So I just don't see how that works and does what she wants to do, which is to actually assist new home buyers in affording their first terms. What it's going to do is just increase the prices of homes. And so to me, this is very similar with the whole price gouging issue, which she talked about in groceries and in food retail. As we all know, when you don't let the market set prices, that leads to inefficiencies.
Right.
And in this particular case, would lead to shortages in certain goods. Again, supply and demand, as Carol suggested, sets prices. And when government artificially sets prices, you lose the signaling impact of what supply and demand leads to, and as a result, you get market inefficiencies, which is going to be bad ultimately for consumers, because when they go buy macaroni and cheese, it's not going to be on the shelf because companies aren't going to be able to make enough money. I would also observe that it's not like the food retailing industry is such a profitable business.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, at the height of the pandemic, the best grocers were making, what, 5-ish% margins?
Right.
And so as a result of that, the notion that they're price gouging is a little bit of a head scratcher.
One thing that stuck with me, or stayed with me from our last conversation is, the stock market isn't Main Street, right? And so there are a lot of Americans that are struggling. So I'm trying to understand, because this race is a close one, no matter what. And these are two people who stand for very different things and are very different candidates. Why is it in such a rich country and in a market where companies seem to get richer and richer that we're not able to pass that wealth on to more workers? I know wages are starting to go up, but how do we fix that?
Well, look, I mean, there are.
I know that's a big one.
that is a big one, and it's, it relates, at least in my view, to education, to opportunity, which touches a whole host of policies. But I think very narrowly, as it relates to what is causing the dissatisfaction with the economy today, it is because prices are elevated. And prices are elevated because of what happened in COVID and what's happened after, where both administrations, frankly, have a lot to answer for because of the increase in the deficit that both parties' policies caused. And until they tackle that, I think the conversation about the stock market is high, interest rates are low, inflation is under control is fine. But as your last guest or commentator suggested, inflation is interesting, but it's a point-to-point measure. It has nothing to do with prices.
Right.
Prices are high.
Right, and they haven't come down.
I think the problem is Americans, most of whom have not experienced inflation, don't understand that about inflation. They think of inflation as what they pay at the gas pump, and they see those prices fluctuate. So they do see gas prices come down, and maybe that's what they expect other prices to do.
And gas prices are now at a 3-year low. Former President Trump is very fixated on oil and gas prices because he thinks there's a direct linkage between gas and prices and inflation. I don't get that economics either. In fact, there is no more of a global commodity than, oil and gas, and those prices are not set narrowly based on U.S. production. And so I think that's another example of, especially given the importance of energy in Pennsylvania, another example of campaign rhetoric as opposed to, real economics and real math.
Every time we wrap up with you, I'm like, wait, I have a million more questions. So you have to come back again.
Always happy to join you guys.
So much appreciated. Stefan Seelig, thank you so much. Managing partner over at Bridge Park Advisors. As we say, former Undersecretary of Commerce for International Trade at the U.S. Department of Commerce. That was during the Obama administration, but really looks at things from, as we say, the public and private sectors. All right, folks, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up next, more on the strategy play last night at the debate. Markets, the S&P 500 up 0.5 percentage point. The NASDAQ up 1.5%. You're listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Dow Jones Industrial Average just turning positive. Higher now by 10 points, overcoming earlier losses. A little change right now, but still in the green. We got the S&P higher by 31. A gain there of just about 0.6%. NASDAQ up 261, higher by 1.5%. 10-year 3.66% with a 2-year 3.65%. Spot gold down 0.1%, 25.12 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.4%, 67.34 a barrel. Brent up 2.1%, back above $70 a barrel. Brent crude at 70.68. A rally in some of the world's largest tech companies, pushing stocks away from session lows and a volatile session that has traders digesting faster than anticipated inflation data. McDonald's is inching closer to a future where human cashiers aren't needed. Sources tell Bloomberg the world's largest burger chain is rolling out a new format in the U.S. with digital ordering stations that can take cash and give change. McDonald's down 0.8%. Shares of Donald Trump's social media company are tumbling today. The ticker is DJT, down now by 10.4%. Trump Media and Technology Group operates Truth Social and counts the presidential candidate as its top shareholder. Again, DJT, Trump Media and Technology, down 10.5%. Again, recapping, stocks higher across the board, overcoming earlier losses. S&P right now up 31, a gain of 0.6%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Wednesday. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. Well, in a Bloomberg Opinion column today, columnist Erica D. Smith notes how that in their first face-to-face meeting, VP Kamala Harris played offense, knocking former President Donald Trump off his game in a way previous opponents could not. Let's get one example from last night's debate.
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
All right, that obviously was Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, former president. With more on what she notes is Harris's success in rattling her opponent, Donald Trump. Let's bring in Bloomberg Opinion West Coast politics and policy correspondent Erica D. Smith. She joins us from Los Angeles. Erica, good to have you here. We've been talking a lot this hour about last night's debate, understandably so. You write that Kamala Harris understood the assignment going into last night's debate with former President Donald Trump. That assignment being exactly what, in your view? Because as we just had a former conversation with Stefan Selig, who was part of the Obama administration, you know, we didn't necessarily get a lot in terms of economic policy or policy that maybe matters to Americans. What was the assignment, though, for Kamala Harris last night, in your view?
Well, thanks for having me on. And I think it was basically twofold. I think first it was her kind of introducing herself to voters. I mean, of course, she's the vice president of the United States. She's been the sitting vice president for 4 years now. But, you know, as a candidate, I think a lot of Americans still kind of don't know who she is, what her story is, why she's running for president, and of course, her policy, her proposals. But also, I think the second part was just frankly to attack Donald Trump and to land some punches, which she clearly did, as you noted. The part about crowd sizes, she was able to goad him into several attacks and really knock him off his game. But I think that she was really also able to, in the midst of all of that, really talk about herself. I mean, to your point, she didn't get specific into a lot of policies that she has rolled out only in the last few days. But I think people got more of a sense of what her values are and why she's running for president. I think that's why I say that she kind of understood the assignment.
Erica, one point of criticism that she continues to get is her lack of availability to the media, whereas former President Donald Trump continues to go on podcast after podcast. He's always calling in to Fox News for interviews there. He's appearing on many local, and J.D. Vance as well, appears with local reporters as well when they're on the campaign trail. Kamala Harris doesn't do a lot of interviews. After last night, do you think that she'll start to do more?
she probably will as the campaign goes on. I mean, during the DNC, which I did attend, I mean, that was one of the major criticisms. She and the Democratic Party gave a lot of space for social media influencers and other content creators that I guess the campaign felt they really needed to get in front of the voters that they needed to convince to vote their way. I think now as the campaign has matured, as she's rolled out more policy proposals, I do expect that she'll do more interviews. But frankly, even as a member of the mainstream media, I seriously doubt it's ever going to be enough for us. But I do think that she'll do more interviews.
I do wonder, too, about debates, and this is another thing we've talked about in the last hour, or in this current hour, is that we don't necessarily get a lot of specifics on policy from candidates anymore. We don't get those white papers that really roll it all out, and lots of specifics about what one candidate might do as president versus another one. Having said that, we do get a feel as a voter, right? Sentiment and how we feel about somebody. Do I want to have a beer with this person? Do I trust this person in wartime or crisis or during a global pandemic? So in terms of that and what Harris and what you wrote about, how she kind of poked the bear with Donald Trump, did that give us more insight into how she might be as a leader?
I do think so. I mean, I think people needed to see her being presidential, right? And I think her going toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, who's obviously the former president, seeing how she would handle a personality like his does give some insight into how she might handle dictators abroad who also have kind of narcissistic, self-absorbed personalities and can be temperamental. So I think that people got a sense of that. And to your point about, the policy proposals, I think that, I think people really want to get a sense of who this person is as much about what their policies. The New York Times Siena poll came out a couple of days ago, said that a lot of undecided voters really do want to learn more about her policies and also more about her. So I think there is a challenge in kind of walking that fine line of kind of overloading voters with white papers versus, giving them a sense of who you are as a person. And I think she's trying to walk that line. And so it'll be interesting to see in the weeks to come, before Election Day, which is really just right around the corner, how she's going to navigate that.
Erica, you write in your column that more than anything, the upcoming election is about change. And I'm curious, in your view, if you thought she did a good job separating herself from Joe Biden and the policies of Joe Biden, because several times the former president, President Trump, that is, continued to attack Joe Biden, even though he wasn't up there on the stage.
Yeah, I do think that's one area where she could have done a bit more. I think there were a few times where she just basically didn't answer the question about that on how she would separate or do something different than President Joe Biden did. And I think that's a challenge for her, right? She's part of the current administration. She's been involved in so many of the decisions that have been made over the last 4 years. And so I think she's trying to set a tone for what she would do differently. But I do think a lot of her sense of what has changed comes down to a generational change. It comes down to the fact that she's a woman of color, that she'd be different from every president that we've had, and that she has values that may be more aligned with a lot of younger voters and maybe undecided voters in some of these swing states that we've seen in the Sun Belt, even in the upper Midwest. So I think it is a hard thing for her to do, and it's going to be, again, interesting to see how she manages to kind of parse that in the weeks to come.
Having said that, it is still an incredibly close race, and this is one thing I feel like we all come back to. You write in your column, other folks that we've talked to from the Bloomberg News team, reminding us that debates don't normally, determine the outcome of a presidential election.
Unless it leads to somebody dropping out of the race.
That's right. That's right. This has been an unusual year. Well point. Good point there. Having said that, I mean, I don't know. It is, I guess what's going to be interesting is the polls that come out, I guess, in the next week or so, right? And what it says, if anything's moved, will tell us whether or not this debate changed anybody's thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen some reports about, snap polls of swing state voters who said that Harris won. Now, whether Harris winning this debate is enough to get them to vote for Harris is another matter, because we remind ourselves that, Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump in 2016 in the debate, and that didn't really make a difference in terms of the ballot box. But I think what's going to matter most is how her and Tim Walz, her running mate, are going to come off of this debate, and what they're going to use this as a springboard to kind of go back into these swing states and really talk to voters about what they want to hear. I don't think they can kind of rest on their laurels and just, kind of gloat about this for the next few days. I think they have to really capitalize this on momentum. And I know there's a bus tour that's in the works And so I think that's really what's going to make the difference. But again, it comes down to these handful of voters in swing states who just quite can't make up their mind yet.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's still a lot out there.
Very valuable voters. Yeah. Spending a lot of money reaching those voters.
Going after them. Erica, thank you so much. Erica D. Smith, Bloomberg Opinion, West Coast politics and policy correspondent. Still to come, more peanuts?
Check.
A blanket?
Check.
Less fees?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are you sure? We're going to talk about what's coming for air travelers in the U.S.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Messer along with Tim Stenevec, and we mentioned a couple of airline stories. Well, it's really, one potentially big one. We really wanted to get this because if you've flown domestic in the United States in the last 4 years,
every other week, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's usually a delay. Sometimes it's good because you're running late to the airport. Sometimes it's delay after delay, and all of a sudden you find you're sleeping on the floor 5, 6, 7, 8 hours later.
I just go back to the hotel at this point.
You do. You're like,
I'm done.
Tim's
I know
like, I need a good night's sleep.
I'm not going to wait around. I know this is not going to happen.
Well, there might be some relief for everybody.
Okay, the Biden administration working full steam ahead on a proposal rule that would require U.S. airlines to provide compensation to passengers for controllable cancellations or delays of 3 hours or more. It may be issued as early as January of 2025, and it's expected to be a game changer for U.S. passengers and the U.S. aviation industry.
Super interesting. Here, this is Michael Negron, Special Assistant to the President for Economic Policy at the White House. There was an invitation-only meeting in Washington today. Actually, yesterday, forgive me. He said, this is not radical. We are late to the game on this as a country. And I have to say, if you go outside the United States, go over to Europe, if there are delays or there are cancellations, travelers are often compensated.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a similar scheme has been in existence in the EU for about the past 20 years. It actually is applicable to U.S. airlines when they operate internationally. EU rules, get this, they require airlines to compensate travelers between $275 and $660 for controllable cancellations and extended delays, depending on the flight distance. I got a check once from an international carrier.
Did you really? Yeah.
For losing for a late bag.
You were like,
I was like, okay.
Was this a mistake?
I'll cash this.
Well, apparently there are delay compensation rules in some other countries, Tim. I knew that they were over in Europe, Canada, India, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Brazil, China, and Australia. They've got some that are set to pass one this year in some different places. So it's interesting to see that this is happening.
Okay, I guess my question is about incentives here. And if this actually goes into effect and does affect bottom line of the airline industry, if the companies that operate here in the U.S.,
right,
will we start to see better performance? Okay, let's talk numbers here.
Yeah.
Passenger complaints against U.S. airlines, they've quadrupled in the last 4 years. They reached a record in 2023, just more than 61,000 filed. According to the U.S. Public Interest Research Group's Teresa Murray, the complaints in 2023 increased by 29%, even though passenger volume increased by only 11%. She argues that it reflects how ticked off people are when they feel like things don't go well.
Come on, you've all been at a gate and they're like, sorry, we don't have a crew yet. I should say of those complaints, 35% were for flight issues, 20% related to refunds, 16% related to baggage. So anyway, good stuff. No, it's not good stuff, but I don't know if we would get compensated, will we feel better?
Well, let's ask George Ferguson. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. George, what do you think of a proposed rule such as this? Will we start to see better operations from airlines because their bottom line is at risk? It works in other countries, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think they just take less risks, right? Because they are worried about having to pay out. I guess the way I feel about it is I think the marketplace, should take care of this, right? You get numbers on time, performance, lost baggage, all that other stuff. And so I guess I'm more of a laissez-faire guy. I feel like the marketplace ought to take care of it. And you don't want to you don't want to make crazy incentives for airlines, right?
Yeah, I agree. Exactly, right? If an airline becomes so irresponsible, right, George, or if you're constantly feeling delays, you're just going to not fly them, right?
So I feel like that's just the right way to do it. And again, the Europeans get into this whole mismatch, I think, of figuring out, first of all, if it's natural related, it doesn't matter. If it isn't natural related, then they owe you certain amounts of money depending on how long you have to you wait for your flight. It just becomes this sort of crazy, grid of rules, and I just think then airlines make decisions for the wrong reason.
I'm just going to say, my daughter who was flying overseas and a flight, and they just canceled it because they're just like, well, I don't know, we don't have a seat for you. And she's still fighting for that money. So I'm just telling you, it's not, this was overseas for a European flight. So sometimes it doesn't always work out.
George, what are the chances that something like this ends up happening in the U.S.? How are you factoring into your analysis?
I guess I feel like we are typically more laissez-faire. And so my view is that this probably isn't going to happen. I'm sure the airline, lobbying groups are working hard against it. And so I kind of feel like, it sounds like very European, very rules-based, and something you don't typically see in the States.
Maybe it sounds like an election year. Hey, just 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Boeing, what do we need to know about a possible strike later this week? Just quickly, if you could.
Yeah, so I think it looks more and more probable we'll have a strike. I think it does mean that Boeing's going to end up having to pay more than 25% increase to their union. I think, years of lower pay and taking away benefits at the last contract are going to hurt them here. And so it looks like it's highly probable.
All right, good to know. We'll keep that on our radar. George Ferguson, thank you so much, as always. Senior Aerospace, Defense and Airlines Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's out there at BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey, matching his background, might we say, really beautifully. Can I just say that?
The man, the myth,
it's
the
all
legend,
about
George Ferguson.
Yeah, pretty amazing stuff. Hey, listen, we've got a rally underway. We're going to kick off next hour looking at that rally. The debate last night certainly impacting certain sectors, and then there's NVIDIA, the impact on that as well. For those who are watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
So 1 week from now, we will be talking about
I won't be here.
A Fed meeting. You're going to miss a Fed meeting?
I am going to miss a Fed meeting. Abigail says,
really
Abigail, I just turned her mic on so she can say that. Abigail says good for me. I like the Fed days.
I do. We kind of like them.
It's like a holiday for us because, well, for a few reasons, but, get to hear from Jay Powell.
Especially this one.
Yeah, this is a big one.
Right?
Yeah.
Finally a change in policy.
But, I'll be tuning in a little bit.
Yeah.
Can't turn off all notifications on the phone when I'm out.
You will not be tuning in.
All right.
Where are you going?
I'm doing a trip, a cycling trip in the West.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, should be fun.
Cool.
Yeah.
Put your headphones in and listen to us?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Just because it's dangerous to do that.
All right.
It's dangerous to have your ears obstructed while you're out there on the road.
agree with you on that, especially out there. All right. To today, less than an hour away from the close, and we've got a rally underway.
We do. Look at the S&P 500 up 0.5 percentage point. Tech stocks are higher. NASDAQ Composite up 1.4%. We're going to get the details from Abigail Doolittle in just a few minutes, as well as Charlie Pellet. You mentioned last night's debate, Carol. It's a story about politics. It's a story about the electoral process. It's also a story about the fractured media environment in which we exist. For the media side, we're going to bring in Bloomberg TV's David Weston.
Looking forward to that conversation. We're also going to go deep in on biotech in the future with Jenny Rook. She invests in companies that play in the biology and tech spaces. She's funded a couple of Nobel laureates, so we'll see where she's actually kind of banking on right now.
Also, a little later in our show, stay tuned because we're talking about the global olive oil lobby.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. Amanda Mull is going to tell us all about it.
We promise you, it's a thing. All right, first up, let's get a check on the trade. For that, let's turn over to Charlie Pellet. Hey,
Hi, thank you very much. And indeed, we got 59 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. We are looking at a major rebound for the U.S. stock market. Worst level of the day, the S&P was down by about 1.5%. Right now, we do have the S&P 500 index pushing higher, close to session highs right now with a gain of 0.5%. The S&P up by 27. The Dow remains in the red, lower little change right now. The Dow down 18 points, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 239 points, up by 1.4%. 10-year at 3.65% with a 2-year that's yielding 3.64%. Gold down $5 the ounce to 25.10, drop there of 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 67.19 a barrel. Brent up 2%, 70.55 for a barrel of Brent crude. A rally in some of the world's largest tech companies pushed stocks away from session lows in a volatile session that had traders digesting faster than anticipated inflation data. Now, as for markets and the Federal Reserve, Cameron Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth, and she was a guest this morning on Surveillance.
Given where valuation
and shares of Trump's social media consent, recapping S&P up 26, up 0.5. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Trade happening today. I want to start with the rally, Abigail, and get your view on why we saw this reversal earlier today.
It's interesting because we did have stocks down sharply earlier, and it felt fearful too. It felt as though there was some energy there. It wasn't entirely clear what was behind it. Some people are trying to attribute it to CPI. I disagree. That basically came in exactly in line. You could maybe attribute it to the debate in terms of uncertainty that could be ahead. But from a betting odds standpoint, VP Harris doing much better than Donald Trump at this point. Yesterday, going into that debate, both ranked at 52%. It was even after ahead of that, each candidate had led by double digits against the other one at various points in time. Now, VP Harris leading Donald Trump by about 7%. So that creates some certainty on the one hand, but uncertainty on the other hand. hand, the VIX has come in. So in terms of the move to the downside and the move to the upside, I would say it's continuation of the volatility that we've seen. Volatility breeds volatility. It's sort of like if you throw a rock into a pond, it doesn't just sink, there are ripples. And so we're seeing these ripples. The real rock started back in mid-July when the yen carry trade started to unwind. And so these are more ripples. The other piece of it is we've had this massive rally out of the 2023 lows, the 2022 lows. Too far, too fast, keeps coming into mind to some degree. So I think that this is, again, a move, volatility off of all of that movement, basically wound too tightly.
Well, but we go back to fundamentals, whether it's earnings or something else, because I keep thinking about Gina Martin Adams talking about earnings and earnings growth, that it's still there, at least at this point, despite some of the concerns about recession that possibly happening.
It's really interesting. I mean, there's just so many mixed tells in terms of the fundamentals. So earnings, yes, not so bad. On the other hand, you have to remember these management teams are expert in terms of guiding it down. So if they beat or they raise, it's against earnings that had already been lowered. I would say there are some signs that the economy is not quite as strong as perhaps investors would want it to be. For instance, yesterday, CEO of JP Morgan, Daniel Pinto, came out and said net interest income of $89.5 billion. That's the analyst estimate for next year. It's too high. That's a direct reflection of consumers lending. Also interest rates, but he said it's too high, so that's a sign. Today, this is a smaller company, Designer Brands, DSW and Keds, massive miss. The stock is plunging, and their management is saying discretionary spending is really mixed at this point in terms of where consumers are choosing to put their dollars. We're hearing that story out of so many different retailers. And then there's other retailers like Walmart, they just do well. But even some of the Dollar Trees and the Dollar Generals, they've done horribly. So it seems as though 66% of GDP, that is consumer spending, could be at risk for a little bit of softness. I think that that's leaking in, and then it also creates a little bit of uncertainty in terms of how much is the Fed actually going to be able to cut.
One last very quick question. Sure. How much of this, though, is the NVIDIA trade today?
It's a lot of NVIDIA in terms of the recovery. The question around NVIDIA, because I will say, we all know I love a good chart, and so I'm going to pull this one up right now and do a little live charting, which I love to do on this show. It's interesting. NVIDIA is now moving into a pretty solid range. It's probably going to go up to about 120. The important thing about a range is not the range itself. It's what way it signals a battle between the bulls and the bears. The trend going into the range is up. This range has started to reverse that uptrend, but I've seen stranger things where it could continue to go higher. But net, that NVIDIA chart looks a little stretched.
All right, going to leave it there. Abigail, thank you so much. Our Abigail Doolittle, markets correspondent here at Bloomberg News.
We spent a lot of time talking about last night's debate, what candidates said, how they said it, how focus groups responded, and of course, how the market is responding. It's a story about campaigns and the U.S. political process, but as we were reminded of last night, it's also a media story. It highlights the fractured media environment we live in today, the power of social media, and how moderators do fact-checking in real time. Here's former President Donald Trump on Fox and Friends this morning reacting to the debate.
I thought it was terrible from the standpoint of ABC. They're the most dishonest, in my opinion, the most dishonest news organization. And that's saying a lot because they're all essentially really dishonest. But I thought I did a great job. It was 3-on-1. And I thought I did a great job. Now, we sent you the polls, but every single poll last night had me winning.
That's former President Donald Trump on Fox and Friends this morning. Unclear exactly what polls he's referring to there. By the way, I did read in the CNN newsletter this morning that some of them were social media polls, so not necessarily scientific. For the media side, though, we wanted to bring in David Weston. He's the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week on Bloomberg TV and radio. David knows more than a thing or two about media. He was president of ABC News from 1997 to 2010. He oversaw the network's global coverage of the 2008 economic crisis, the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, as well as the 9/11 attacks and their aftermath, and presidential elections and debates as well.
He's just an incredible source for us. Let's just put it out
So,
there.
David, you have this inside understanding of debates. What was the pressure on the moderators last night?
Well, there's enormous pressure on the moderators whenever these debates happen. I have been there behind the scenes with someone. Charlie Gibson did one. We had various people, George Stephanopoulos and things. And there's a lot of pressure because everybody's watching, and both sides are going to be quick to call a foul on the other, on the moderators, frankly. Sort of like in the NBA when don't like the call, you sort of go after the refs. So there's a lot of pressure. I think also, in fairness, it's a lot more pressure than when I was running a news division because things have become so polarized. And so people like to talk about weaponization, but there's a lot of weaponization in the media these days. And you've got people jumping on things very much. And let's be frank, Mr. Trump, the former president, has been a leading edge in that. Really bully the media as best he can. He's very effective at it. I mean, I don't want to take that away from him. I also don't want to be too cynical. I mean, he may genuinely feel it was unfair to him. And obviously his supporters will be looking at that closely. There was a little bit of fact checking, and it went against him, not against Kamala Harris.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask.
Now, there wouldn't be a debate. They'd just be interrupting all the time, and you don't want to do that. You want to let them play some. You want to let them talk to the American people as much as you can. So my sense of what they would have been doing, I think it's what I saw, is they tried to hold back and let them go. But there were 3 or 4 instances where they felt they just couldn't let it go. Whether they made the right call or not,
right.
I think, if somebody says people are killing and eating dogs and cats, it's just too hard to just let that go. Quite apart from the journalism, I mean, just as a television matter. I mean, the American people are saying, what? They're killing pets.
That's a perfect segue because the second most read story in the last hour is about Trump facing a blowback for repeating this lie about migrants and pets. Carol, you were talking about this earlier today and what it illustrates about the media environment, because Trump made some comments about that.
Well, it's just, it's interesting too that, right, like to say, well, I saw it on TV, it's real. But, we live in this environment where social media, somebody says, I read something, and they just say it's fact. I grew up in a world where I feel like you understood the sources. You understood if something was more moderate, conservative, liberal. You understood sources to kind of trust. And it's just a very strange world today.
Yeah, again, I want to really try to be fair to both sides here.
Yeah.
And it's entirely possible that President Trump, former President Trump, and his staff really do believe they were done wrong, that it was unfair to them. At the same time, in this day and age, I'm not sure this would be provocative. We want a president of the United States who believes whatever they see on TV.
Right.
Because you see an awful lot of stuff on TV. We need
I want to believe things that...
yeah, but you need some media literacy in our leadership. President, senator, congressman, governor, whatever. And I don't know what your experience is, but I treat things with some skepticism until I can check them out.
It was interesting because I think it was that Fox interview this morning that the former president did. He mentioned that he wouldn't want even a couple anchors from Fox doing moderating a debate. He wanted the primetime entertainment people, the Sean Hannitys, the Laura Ingrams. He called them out by name. He wants them to moderate a debate with him.
By the way, this goes back even to my time, if you recall. There used to be a case where essentially the major media had a monopoly on political conversation, right? You probably don't remember, you're too young, when Bill Clinton got on MTV and played a saxophone.
I've seen clips.
We talked about boxers versus briefs, things like that.
Yeah. Right.
I was there when that was going on, and you could feel it slipping away. Because the fact is, if you're running for president, or for another office, but for president of the United States, you want to reach as many people as you can. You want to reach the people who are not the devotees of politics. Those are the people who are not as likely to vote. You want to get to them, and you don't want a lot of tough questions if you can avoid it.
But it seems like the former president is doing a very good job of doing that. He's going on these podcasts that, I'll be honest with you, I have never heard of as an elder millennial. These are podcasts that are incredibly popular with young men in their 20s.
Certain sectors.
That he's like locking up that vote. I think you're doing him a disservice and saying a very good job. He's brilliant at this. I mean, really. You can like what he says, don't like what he says. You can agree with him, you disagree with him. He is brilliant at his use of media. He's brilliant in marketing. He's brilliant in branding. It goes back to The Apprentice even before that, WWE. I mean, he's really good at this, and you have to respect him. He is the best live reality show television producer I've ever seen in my life. He's just great at it. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with that. He's just taken a whole new level. Maybe a little bit the way John Fitzgerald Kennedy back in '60 took it to a new level with television against Richard Nixon. It's a new world out there that you got to learn how to deal. So I think hats off to Donald Trump. He is really good at this. Does it really well.
So then how does, do networks then prepare their anchors or their moderators for events? in terms of this new world order when it comes to media. And you have people like Donald Trump who are really, really good at this medium.
Well, first of all, I would like to believe, and do believe, given what I saw last night, you prepare the old-fashioned way. You actually learn as much as you can about the facts and the policies. And I thought they seemed pretty well informed.
Agreed.
Both David and Lindsay were pretty good at this. So that's the first thing you do. You don't want to forego that. You got to start with that base. Then you have to be very sensitive about trying to keep it as much down the center as you can, knowing that both sides probably will criticize you for it. But the really tricky part, I thought, in preparing for this is, when do you interject or when don't you? Mm-hmm. If you just let them play, just don't say anything at all, no matter what is said, you'll get criticized for that.
Right.
On the other hand, if you do interject, as was done last night, you'll get criticized for interjecting. The fact is, and it is unfortunate in this sense for ABC, it was only on one side there was interjection. It was on, that's what they're being criticized for today. Now, you can argue that, in fact, what was being said on one side was not symmetrical with what was being said on the other. There were some things you could quibble with in what Kamala Harris said. It wasn't, we're eating dogs and cats in Ohio. I mean, it was not that extreme. But they are being criticized by some, particularly people who tend to support Donald Trump, that it was all one side. It was asymmetrical.
Why do you think Kamala Harris isn't doing more interviews?
Well, first of all, she didn't need to. I think she got a huge burst just from, I don't mean this in a critical sense, not being Joe Biden. I mean, after that first debate,
we saw the money come in.
The money came in, and the numbers came up, and the polls and everything else. So when that's happening, why do you want to go out there and take a risk? So I think that's part of it. I think she's trying to control. She and her people are trying to control the message as much as they can. Now the question is, can they over control it? They've got only, 54 days left, I think now, something like that. Mm-hmm. Can you stay inside the rose garden, as we used to say about Jimmy Carter, and not go out and give those interviews? Their judgment is, we're going to go to Pennsylvania, we're going to go to Michigan, we're going to go to Ohio, we're going to go to the states that we really need to be at, and we don't need to talk to national media.
Would you, as someone who understands the inside the media, would you want to see another debate? Trump is now saying he would participate in a second debate on NBC or Fox.
Well, so I'm just selfish. I thought it was good television. So yeah, would I like to see another debate like that? Yeah, sure, just for fun. I'm not sure they'll make an ultimate difference in the outcome, but I can understand why Kamala Harris wants another one. I'm a little surprised at Donald Trump, actually.
Yeah, maybe
it's just another interesting.
Maybe he's just good at making headlines.
He loves it.
Said it.
And how much time have we spent, right, talking about all of it? David Weston, thank you so much, as always. The host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week on Bloomberg TV and radio. You can catch that at Friday at 6 p.m. Wall Street time. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, worth repeating, the Dow back in the green right now. Not just higher, major turnaround for the U.S. stock market. The Dow, best level of the session. We got the S&P right now up 39, up by about 0.7%. The Dow up 35, up just under 0.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index up by 1.7%. From a big deficit to a big turnaround, NASDAQ 100 Index up now by 1.7%. 10-year yield on this CPI Wednesday, 3.65%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.64%. Spot gold down $6 the ounce, 25.10, drop there of 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil is trading higher by 2.1%, 67.14 a barrel. Brent back above $70 at 70.49. Barrel of Brent, the global benchmark, up now by 1.9%. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, whose products have become the hottest commodity in the tech world, says the scramble for a limited amount of supply has frustrated some customers and raised tensions.
Delivery of our components and our technology and our infrastructure and software is really emotional for people because it directly affects their revenues, it directly affects their competitiveness. And so we probably have more emotional customers today.
And right now we do have NVIDIA shares. They are advancing. We've got NVIDIA up now by just about 7.1%. Well, one day after last night's presidential debate, we do have shares of DJT. That is Donald Trump's social media company. They are tumbling by 10.9%. Trump Media and Technology Group operates Truth Social and counts the presidential candidate as its top shareholder. Again, recapping, stocks higher now. S&P best level of the session, up 41. Up by about 0.7%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I got a very important message for our listeners, our viewers out there in San Francisco. Starting October 1st, the place to listen to us in the Bay Area is on the Bloomberg Business app. It works seamlessly in your car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, so make the switch today. Because October 1st, Bloomberg Radio, streaming directly to your phone. The Bay Area's new home for Bloomberg Radio is the Bloomberg Business app. Download it for free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Well, our next guest is from the Bay Area. Jenny Rook is the founder of Genoa Ventures. It's a venture capital firm that invests in, as she says, the, quote, next generation of companies at the convergence of technology and biology. Jenny Rook has invested in such companies as Intabio. I'm saying it correctly.
You got a lot of these on the list.
Bright Spec.
I will say biotech is not easy when it comes to pronunciation.
Yeah, can we just talk
What's
about
the deal
that?
with that?
Yeah. Where's the consultant to say, all right, let's just call them Smith & Company or something?
Well, then they would all be called Smith & Company.
All right, but you know what I mean.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I guess they do a lot of work, and there's something connected with it. We said you're from the Bay Area. Yes. You're here in our studio, so welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Tell us a little bit about, first of all, you're a sailor, right?
I am a sailor.
Hence the name of your company?
That's true. When I founded Genoa almost 7 years ago, it was really important to me if I was going to start yet another venture firm that we were known for something distinctive. And I wanted that to be about our culture of really supporting founders. And part of the way that we recognize that is recognizing we're not the captains of the ship. It's not our show. They're the captains. We're not even the boat. At most, we're the sail. So the Genoa, as you know, Carol, because you're a sailor, is a sail. And that's where we take our name from.
It's really, I love it. I love it. So wait, how does that also then think about, there are so many startup companies out there, right? Especially, ones at the very early stage.
Although fewer and fewer in the current environment.
Well, because there hasn't been as much money, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
All right. So how do you pick and choose then? Well, first of all, that's interesting. If it's not as many out there, is that more frustrating for you, or is it that then the companies that are actually getting the money are pure and kind of more ready to go?
I think that's what we're going to see coming out of this sort of crucible of the last couple of years, is clearing out a lot of the chaff from the hype of 2020 and 2021. Now, we go really early at Genoa, and so we had the, I would say, advantage of picking our bets and being really disciplined about pricing. I think it was a little harder for later stage investors who were just had a deluge of a lot of companies that maybe were not particularly selected well. There wasn't a lot of selection pressure.
Right.
So coming out of that, I think this is a healthy reset. It's obviously very difficult for a lot of people, and I don't want to trivialize that. But as far as kind of the math, how the math works in venture, yeah, you need to have a little bit more balance between who gets the money and who gets to keep going.
But is the math in venture different than say like a consumer tech company or like in the or like consumer tech sector or ad tech, for example? It's hard to talk about this in the context of what's going on in tech because there are just a small number of really huge companies that control so many of these spaces. But with biotech, is the bet different?
Yeah, I love this question. We think it is, particularly our biotech. So often when people say biotech, you're thinking about drug companies, right? Which are very important and have demonstrated that you can invest in fundamental innovation in biology and not only change the world but make a lot of money. So we think that's true much more broadly with biology-based companies that include other ways to participate in healthcare, like diagnostics, precision medicine, but also other bio-based verticals that aren't even about healthcare, like what did you eat this morning? Like, that was biology.
Hey, Carol, you weren't here for this, and hopefully you weren't paying attention because you're on vacation, but Apple unveiled this new suite of devices on Monday, and one thing that interested me was the focus on health. What did you make of their move into hearing health with this idea of using AirPods as a hearing aid, and then also the sleep apnea stuff with the Apple Watch? What's your view on that?
I think the broad theme is exactly what we're saying, which is companies coming from tech and investors coming from tech are seeing that it's very important to get information about what's going on with a person before they become a patient, right? And that's where we can really intervene in better wellness outcomes. Now, Genoa invests in more really fundamental biology with the understanding that probably can't get everything you need to know about, say, cancer or drug selection from sound. So you are going to have to take a biological sample. You are going to have to analyze that one way. That's where we get into genomics and proteomics and those kinds of terms to get kind of the advanced information that's going to help patients and doctors.
What would you think, I'm thinking about the Bloomberg audience who's listening, in terms of biotech, what aren't we talking about a lot? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like when it comes to, we think about technology in the healthcare space or something, it's like, all right, so I don't have to go in and fill out the forms anymore. But what are you seeing that's just kind of really innovation next step when it comes to biotech?
I love this question because we think it comes down to broadening the definition of technology. And you already kind of alluded to it because it included, in your example, the hardware. So sometimes when people say tech, they're thinking about software. So data, AI, yes, lots of great stuff going on there.
I'm tired of counting my steps. I've gone back to a normal watch.
You count them yourself? You know, there are devices that can do that.
I kind of know at the end of the day, have I walked or have I sat on my butt a lot?
Has it really helped you? Right, exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah. But if you get improvements in those kind of hardware innovations and chemistry and things that we can't even see, like at the microscopic level, it can really change how you think about impacting healthcare in a way that goes well beyond kind of the current tech.
So carry it out for us. So tell me, like in 5 years, you know, I don't know, tell us where this might all go.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I would say, Genoa, we're very early stage investors. We like to be that first round capital partner in venture.
Right.
So we're thinking 7 to 10 years at the earliest, and then kind of the 100-year thesis about how can biology change all of our lives. Again, not just healthcare, but the food that we eat, the things that we make, the chemicals, the manufacturing. How can we do that in a way that's more sustainable and beneficial to the planet?
So where does it go?
So it goes to more efficient uses of inputs to make better crops that people want to eat, that are healthy for them and healthy for the planet. That's also biotech.
Does it get rid of plastics?
Ultimately, or turns them into something that isn't a dirty word.
Such as?
Bioplastics would be kind of the immediate next step. Can we make the materials that we associate with plastics, like your water bottle, out of something that it doesn't come from those same chemicals, but does the same job?
What's a concept to you that's most exciting about the future? What's the world that you imagine that realistically we could be living in?
Yeah. So what I've seen, I got my PhD in genetics in the late 90s, and what I've seen in just a couple of decades is we've gone from knowing that DNA is important to being able to read it, and now write it, and also change it. So the things that we can do in software, right? We can actually write programs that do things for us with the data. We're going to maybe not over our lifetimes, it's hard, it's going to take time, have more and more of those same capabilities when it comes to reading and understanding the book of life, and how do we use that in responsible ways to make the products that we need for day to day.
Why has the DNA, like go
No
back.
dino DNA yet for Jurassic Park.
There is, actually.
Is there? So, okay. Go on.
Yeah, you
Can we do this?
Yeah, I mean, I love that little video of Mr. DNA, right? He
Yeah.
was not wrong. You can get smaller and smaller samples of DNA and find out what was going on in there. And not only that, actually start to use that information more and more to program, say, cells or other things.
Velociraptor is like just around the corner.
But let's not make velociraptors.
Yeah. But I do think about DNA and the mapping and how much time and money was spent. And I remember, reporting like, okay, if we just, we get this and there'd be a finding and so on and so forth. But in terms of figuring out how to make us healthier or deal with ailments and catch them and change them and alter that seems to be still a bit elusive or longer term.
Well, I do think it's important to set expectations correctly. I think we can get wrapped up in the potential, but then need to recognize that it does take a long time to figure out how to do it well and safely and responsibly. So that's part of what's going on, is let's not make velociraptors as we go on the path to things that actually help humankind.
Hey, Jenny, I got a question coming from a member of our audience who is curious about how small investors, people who aren't necessarily venture capitalists, can play in this space.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting opportunity as well. It's obviously the private markets and the accessibility of private market investing is a place where you know better than I do. There's been some really interesting innovations. And so you have areas like AngelList or Y Combinator, other kind of platforms where it's possible to access those kinds of innovations. But it can be really challenging, I think, for the individual investor because, to your point, this takes a lot of expertise to do well. So I think finding managers who have that expertise kind of in their particular areas and then matching that to things like some groups or investors who try to make those connections. You have wonderful groups like Raise and The Bridge who are elevating emerging managers in specific sectors that can help connect them to individual investors.
So your companies, as you say, 7 to 10 year runways.
Just like venture. We're not trying to reinvent venture here, trying to use best practices.
And in terms of attracting new money to put to work, what's that environment like just before we go?
It's always been challenging it's just challenging to attract money to early stage startups, right? It kind of should be, right? It's challenging. And part of why I started Genoa is I saw that it was particularly difficult to do it for these companies that are biotech, but not, quote, biotech, not drugs. And yet so much explosive opportunity fueling innovation in the spaces. What's exciting to see is more and more, I would say, later stage investors getting excited about the opportunities there and being interested in funding these companies when they get to, for example, revenues or profitability. But there's still an opportunity in the earliest stages for that kind of technology and product development investing that we're doing at Genoa.
Bond Pet Foods
is an interesting example.
Plant-based pet food.
It's a way to use technologies that already exist to make the things that we eat, like we use yeast to make beer and bread, for example, but to put into it the nutrients that you might want in your pet food.
I feed my dogs carrots, just gonna say. Why not?
I'm coming over for dinner. Not bad.
Come on over. Jenny Ruck, thank you so much. Look forward to next time already. Founder and Managing Director at Genoa Ventures, joining us right here in our Interactive Brokers studio.
Hey, coming up next, we're driving to the close with the CEO of Wealth Consulting, Jimmy Lee.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg CPI Wednesday. Day after the debate, stocks pushing higher. Major turnaround. Let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. A major turnaround for U.S. stocks today, with the Dow currently up 37 points, was down 744 points. S&Ps are higher by 0.7%, and the NASDAQ is now higher by 1.8%. The 10-year yield at 3.65. Gold is lower by 6. Oil trading in the green, and Bitcoin is now little changed. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and consumer discretionary. Consumer staples led to the downside, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, American Express and Intel, while travelers fell 3% and led to the downside. In the tech space, NVIDIA rose 7%, and wrapping things up, Humana fell 5.5% amid weakness in managed care. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. To hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, got about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Man, we're up on the NASDAQ, as you just heard from Charlie breaking down those numbers, 1.7%. So well off our lows of the session, and we are just at our highs.
Well, let's see what Jimmy Lee thinks about it. He's founder and CEO of the Wealth Consulting Group, joining us from Minnesota, not from Las Vegas.
No.
Not from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio where we found him before.
What are you doing in Minnesota?
Yeah,
Can
what are you
we even
doing?
ask?
You on the road?
I am on the road. I do a quarterly business coaching meeting, and this is where the meeting is this time.
What's on the mind of, when you think about, when you talk to business owners, what is top of mind? I think it's kind of interesting coming off the debate last night. We got a little bit on policy, a little bit on the economy, but what are you hearing?
I think some of it is just interest rates, access to capital, looking forward to possibly rates going down, maybe being able to borrow money to do deals at lower interest rates, which will make those projects look better, perform better. Also looking forward to what's going to happen in the election here, because we could have some fairly substantial changes in the tax policy depending on who gets in and how the Congress sets up. So I think business owners are a little bit anxious to see what happens there. But overall, I'd say that, most people I talk to are still fairly optimistic about what's going on. And with lower rates and the Fed cutting rates here soon, I think that's they have something to look forward to in terms of optimism.
So in terms of investing at this point, would you suggest investors commit money to the equity market? And if so, where would you do so? What about on the fixed income side of things, as we are just about a week away from the next Fed meeting and that Fed decision where we are expected to get a 1/4 point cut? What's your advice?
Well, Carol, I still believe that we've got some upside in equities, even though we came into this week with S&P 500 up over 22%. That is a very good year so far for the index anyways. And so a correction of 5 to 10% is something that would be very typical or normal for me after a run up of that magnitude so quickly. And so I think if we get some volatility, I would put cash to work on those dips into equities. But if you want to have a safer play, I think bonds represent a nice opportunity for investors right now, with yields definitely coming down. Bond investors will get a nice coupon from the interest that the bonds pay, but also maybe a little bit of a pickup on the net asset value of those bonds as rates come down. And so I think you'd be in a diversified portfolio, as many people own both stocks and bonds, and do well going into the end of the year and beyond. And as we start to focus on next year, of course, we have the election ahead of us to really, help I think investors decide how aggressive they want to be.
Jimmy, which bonds are you talking about? I mean, where on the curve are you talking about, or are you talking about I don't know, munis? What do you think?
Corporates, yeah.
Well, I like a little bit of duration. So as you guys know, we've added duration to our bond portfolio. So somewhere between like the 7 to 10 year type maturities, even just the ag, I think represents a good opportunity for a lot of investors today as yields come down. So I would expect that the 10-year Treasury yields come down. As I've been saying, closer to 3.5%. I think it's 3.65-ish today, kind of we're hovering around. And so we're getting close to that already before we even have a rate cut. And I think today's CPI number kind of makes it a fairly high certainty now, high probability that we're going to get a 25 basis point cut this month, which I think is fine to get started. But I think the Fed really needs to keep an eye on inflation and on the economy and make sure that if we see signs of a weakening economy more than expected after this huge adjustment in the jobs numbers this year, I think the Fed could be more aggressive down the road here.
Jimmy, you shared some notes with our producer, Paul Brennan, and you say my biggest piece of advice is for investors who are indexing into the S&P 500 or loaded up in their mutual funds in the big tech names is to remember 2022. And you talk about whether it was Meta or Netflix and some of the other big FANG stocks and how much they were down. Why is it important to remember that?
Well, the top 10 companies in S&P 500 now represent well over 30% of that index. And so a lot of investors buy index products. And so the S&P 500, if you think you're diversified across 500 of the largest companies evenly, that's just not the way it is, right? Because of the market cap weighted index that it is. And so investors could suffer some pretty large declines if you have, your money tied up in a lot of the index products, maybe more than you think, concentrated in those few names. And we also have a lot of investors that are loaded up in the names that have gone up the most. We're having a nice rally in tech today, but right now, Carol, we're underweight tech and we're overweight some of the cyclical sectors. We're overweight some of the sectors we think will do well when rates go down, like real estate, dividend paying sectors. We've seen a nice reversal in some of these areas over the last 30 days, seeing a trend starting to form in areas like staples, healthcare, some defensive type sectors that pay dividends, but bracing for rates coming down.
Jimmy, I know you're underweight tech. You just told us that, but where do you not want to be? What do you want to avoid?
Well, I just don't, Tim. I think you don't want too much money in those high growth names that have gone up so much so quickly.
I can name a few. Are you saying?
I really don't want to. I really want to throw those out there, but we all know which ones they are.
Okay.
If you've gone over 50% returns year to date, you know who you are, and so I just be careful not to get too greedy. And we could see some fairly steep declines. I mean, I thought the NVIDIA earnings report, for example, was fantastic, but the stock went down. It's up today a lot, but it went down a lot after that. So that means to me there's a lot of investors in names like that are momentum investors, maybe even shorter term traders. And so when companies stock prices priced for perfection, I think you have to be careful. Although I think that that specific company, you could be a buyer on the dips. So I think there's some more opportunity there. But just make sure that your portfolio doesn't have too much of it as a percentage, and just try to not be too greedy.
Hey, before we go, I think we'd be remiss if not asking you about the debate last night. Just got about 40 seconds left here. Anything of note for you in terms of what we are getting from the candidates, be it last night, that make you think, I don't know, something when it comes to the investment environment going forward, or that is making you adjust some of your strategy as a result?
Well, I'm not really sure about adjusting our strategies, and I would really caution investors to not get too, focused on the rhetoric, because what they're campaigning on might not be exactly what ends up happening. And so, really, what happens in Congress is what I think matters as well. And so, I think investors like a split government so that you've got some checks and balances there. I thought last night's debate was very interesting. I thought that the moderators seemed like they were kind of ganging up on the one candidate. And so I don't know. Yeah. I hope to see another debate. I'd love to see another one, and continue to focus on the issues and see where policy really changes for people that are concerned about the economy and the market.
Well, and Donald Trump has said he would participate in a second debate on either NBC or Fox, so we'll see what happens. Jimmy Lee, thank you so much, founder and chief executive officer of Wealth Consulting Group from Minnesota.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, so you don't have to stick around that long. That's what we call a quick tease because we're going to deliver on it.
We wanted to make sure everybody knew about this.
I know. It just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. Some headlines. OpenAI in talks to raise $6.5 billion from investors. So that would give it a valuation of
$150 billion. This is according to people familiar with the matter. The new valuation doesn't include the money being raised, is significantly higher than the $86 billion valuation from the company's tender offer earlier this year. It cements its place as one of the most valuable startups in the world. That's a lot of money for a startup.
That's a lot of money for a startup.
People are going all in on AI, right?
Yeah. Same time, OpenAI also in talks to raise $5 billion in debt from banks in the form of a revolving credit facility, said one of those people in the know who asked not to be identified because this is obviously private information. The startup did not comment on the funding talks. People familiar with the deal noted that the discussions are still ongoing and the numbers could change.
Okay, listen to these names behind it, Carol.
Yeah.
The funding round is slated to be led by Thrive Capital. Bloomberg previously reported this. Microsoft is the company's largest investor. It's also set to participate. Apple and NVIDIA have been in talks about investing. Interesting to see the public company role here from Microsoft.
Why?
Well, they've invested $10 billion already.
Yeah. That was the, remember that investment?
Yeah.
Now, almost 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
If you think about it. And it was the thing that made us all like stop and realize, okay, we've got another big investment theme, and it turned out to be a big spending theme for companies when it came to the next level AI.
Microsoft's got a market cap of about $3.1 trillion.
What are you saying?
Well, I'm just saying, if maybe people participate in, and look, $150 billion valuation is small compared to Microsoft's valuation, but maybe people are participating in, they want to participate in the AI space. They can do it through Microsoft.
Yeah.
Certainly Microsoft is a huge player there.
Right. But I feel like this is the company. Like we've had different AI conversations, and everybody goes back to ChatGPT, right? Yeah. That is still kind of the standard right now, and that's OpenAI.
Are you using that one or are you using Llama?
I'm not using.
You're not using Llama? Are you using either?
I don't know. Do you play around that much with it?
I do a little with recipes. I think it's kind of fun. You kind of throw in what you have in the fridge, and it tells you what you can cook.
And then do you follow it?
Yeah, and I showed my wife, and she's like, "This is the most basic recipe. Like, this is pathetic that you are following this recipe. Like, anyone could throw this together."
I love your wife is just like, common sense. She's like, all right.
She's like, I'm doing this through AI, and she looked at the recipe. She's like, give me a break.
Hey, listen, I do want to mention another headline that we've been watching. Not headline, but it's been a story. NVIDIA, because it definitely helped turn around the sell-off we saw earlier in the trade. The stock is up about 7.6%. You did have the company's CEO and co-founder talking at a Goldman Sachs conference in San Francisco. So just listen to what he had to say.
Delivery of our components and our technology and our infrastructure and software is really emotional for people because it directly affects their revenues, it directly affects their competitiveness. And so we probably have more emotional customers today, and deservedly so. And if we could fulfill everybody's need, then the emotion would go away. But it's very emotional. It's really tense. We've got a lot of responsibility on our shoulder, and we're trying to do the best we can.
Of course, that's the NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang, right, whose products have been really the hottest commodity in the tech world, but talked about the tense relationships, as you just heard, with customers due to the limited supply of their chips, their AI chips, which is the must-have chip when it comes to large language models and processing for the AI demands.
Did you say this already?
What?
NVIDIA shares up by 8% as we speak.
I did, but you can say it again.
Highest going back to August of 2024.
Yeah.
Biggest gain since that 12.8% rise back at the end of July.
Stock now up 135% year to date.
That's it?
Yeah, but we're still, we've been bouncing around here. Yeah.
Just a reminder, NVIDIA was up 240% last year.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a haircut.
Yeah.
So far. The year's not over, though. All right, folks, do not go anywhere. We are going to head over to our TV colleagues, count you down to the close on this Wednesday. Having said that, we're seeing some buying here into the close. You've got the S&P up 1 full percentage point, up 58 points, and the NASDAQ 100, a gain of 2.2%, 415 points to the upside. So again, we're now at our highs of this session. All right, time to talk about the markets, the closing bell, starting right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you to the closing bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu here in the TV studio. Tim Stenevik in the radio booth, and oh my goodness.
She's back.
After a 2.5-week trip, is back in her seat. Ahoy, matey, where you been?
It wasn't 2.5 weeks, just a few hours.
It felt like it, okay. And rested and ready there.
I feel pretty rested. Interesting. I feel like I missed a few things here, but what a market day already, right? We saw a bunch of selling earlier on. It looked like broad-based selling, and then, I don't know, some good news out of NVIDIA, and we feel like a tech turnaround, and now we've got some buying into the close, guys. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a little wild. I'm just doing some calculations on the Bloomberg terminal here. We were down as much as 1.6% on the S&P 500. Now we're up by more than 1.1%. It was a swing of 2.8% today, just from one direction to the other. Kind of wild.
Well, sometimes it's not the final numbers that are the most interesting part of the day. It's more the movement. And I'll just point out that ever since about midday at noon, it's been a straight shot up. It's as if, the debate is over, like people can move on. CPI is over. Sure, PPI comes in, but does that really move the needle for anyone?
I mean, I honestly still want to blame funds. I feel like it says a lot that you saw the big decline on the cash open, not in the futures market, and the funds don't sell in the futures market. So you got that heavy selling pressure, and then I guess we're looking at technical bottom maybe, and then that climb higher. And are we able to hold on to those gains tomorrow?
And I'm glad you brought up technicals because we did hit a lot of those key technical levels at the lower end yesterday. And of course, in the previous session prior to that here, a big turnaround here, despite a majority of the S&P 500 stocks in the red here. The ones that matter most are in the green, including a big gain from NVIDIA. The S&P 500 finishing the day higher by almost 60 points here, a 1% gain on the day. The Dow up about 2 to 0.3% on the day, roughly about 120-point gain. The NASDAQ, 369 points added to that index, 2.2% higher here on the day. And the Russell 2000 trying to get in on the action as well. A gain on the day, a flip-flop from red to green, 6 points higher, or about 0.3%.
All right, guys. So after earlier seeing some broad-based selling, we're finishing on the S&P 500 almost an even split. You've got 231 names, Scarlett, to the upside and about 268 to the downside.
All right, taking a look at the sector performances here, tech is by and far the winner, gaining more than 3%. Consumer discretionary also up by better than 1%, and communication services. So it's big tech leading the way. On the downside, energy losing almost 1%, and it's worth noting here, energy, the big losers are the past 5 days, the past 1 month, the past 3 months, and the past 6 months as well. Staples and financials also finishing in the red.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers, if I may. And this one definitely atop the S&P 500, at least one of the top gainers in the S&P. We're talking about NVIDIA, a gain of about 8% here, really helping to also leading the overall tech area higher. We did have NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang coming out. We know that this is obviously, when you think about AI, this is the company we all look to in terms of the demand for their chips. He did point out at a conference, Goldman Sachs conference in San Francisco, a tech conference, and talked about the demand so great for his products. Everyone wants to be first and everyone wants to be most. And he talked about kind of customers, some tense relations, trying to meet their demand. So anyway, some optimism in terms of moving into NVIDIA today. Another one, First Solar. We talked about the debate, and we did see some debate trades here. And First Solar and some of those alternative energy companies and renewable stocks definitely winning in today's session, gaining in today's session. So First Solar up about 15% here. It too
Is the sun alternative? Welcome back, girl.
Things I missed, things I didn't miss. No, I'm just kidding. First Solar is the #1 gainer in the S&P. See, if I was on my iPhone, you would get the heart. S&P 500, #1 gainer, First Solar. We do know Vice President Harris was one of the key supporters in the Inflation Reduction Act. We know President Trump, former President Trump, has wanted to roll that back entirely. So we know that that was certainly something that gave a lot to renewables in the alternative energy space. And this one, courtesy of my co-host, Children's Place, WOA, up 85% here in today's session. The company came out, reported an adjusted profit for the second quarter, while Wall Street had been projecting a loss. Keep in mind, though, the short interest on this one's pretty high, about 48%. So there might have been a fair amount of short covering going on when it outperformed. So, all right, over to you.
All right, let's talk about some underperformance. Campbell Soup Company, Staples under pressure today. Campbell Soup Company down 3.8%, among the worst performers on a percentage basis in the S&P 500. Down the most at one point today in more than a year. The slump today comes after the statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics showed that the year-over-year increase in food at home inflation moderated in August from July. Also, did you guys see earlier in the week, Campbell Soup said it was dropping the word soup
I did
from
see
the
that.
company's name?
I
So
did
does that
see
mean
that.
they don't make soup anymore?
They
No,
still
I just
make
want to be
soup,
broad.
but yeah, they want to do everything. Campbell's company. Carol mentioned...
But like when Apple Computer dropped computer. And
Or Tesla Motors dropped the motors part.
Got it.
Yeah, it's just an evolution of the brand, right?
Nice.
DJT, Trump Media and Technology. Carol did mention what we're seeing today in the wake of last night's presidential debate. A reversal of the Trump trade. Shares of Trump Media and Technology, the social media company of Donald Trump, down more than 10% today. Also, another potential headwind is that lockup period expiring as soon as September 19th. So the former president could actually start selling shares. Finally, well, actually, I got two more for you guys.
Two more?
Yeah, two more. To celebrate Carol being back.
Are you pulling a Masser?
I'm pulling a Carol Masser. Very briefly, I did want to check in on shares at GameStop. They fell close to 12% after the company reported second quarter net sales that came in below consensus estimates. They also filed to sell up to an extra 20 million shares. And then Designer Brands, DBI is the ticker. Shares sliding. It's the parent company of Keds and DSW. DSW, designer shoe warehouse, down more than 11% today, hit the lowest since 2020. The company reported an unexpected decline in comp sales for its second quarter, a significant EPS shortfall. Management said it saw, quote, sustained pressure on challenge categories, dress and seasonal. They cut annual forecasts. The company's down more than 40% so far this year, Alex.
Yep, tough stuff. All right, let's get to the bond market here. A sell-off now. You had a sell-off earlier in the day when the CPI hit. You had 2 years kind of jumping 6 basis points. Then when you hit the low of the stock market, you wound up having some buying coming into the bond market. And then once the market bottomed, then you saw a reversal in yields. And then 2-year yields closed up by about 5 basis points. So a nice little round trip in the bond market. Your 10-year auction went really well. We get $22 billion worth of 30-year coming tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Kind of interesting. We came into this morning, of course, with that big CPI report here. I guess it surprised you the upside. I mean, it was like 1/10 of a percentage points, but I guess that was a surprise, and it raises a lot of questions about where prices stand, and more importantly, just how people are interpreting it. And I guess for that matter, the one person that really matters, which is Jay Powell.
Yeah, exactly. Having said that, in terms of higher prices, I don't know if you've noticed it, but coffee prices and Robusta, am I saying it right? Robusta beans?
Robusta.
Robusta. Highest since the 1970s. And so there's a fascinating story on the Bloomberg that talks about farmers in Uganda and other places that thieves have been actually stealing some of the coffee beans, even right off the trees. And it just gets into kind of a broader thing. They're just expensive, and so they're a target.
They're using dogs to guard plantations. They're using bees to guard plantations. This is to stop thieves from snatching those unharvested beans straight from the trees under the cover of darkness. It's a problem that's become so much more serious as these prices have gone up.
Yeah, and this is going to continue to be a big part of the story here. We are getting some earnings crossing the wire here. Sort of we're in that secondary phase here of the tail end of earnings season. Oxford Industries out with its results. The shares moving lower here in after-hours trade with net sales coming in just a little bit light. The company actually saying that in the third quarter, it sees 310 to 325 million in sales. The high end of that range is well below the average of street estimates of about $352 million here. We should also point out EPS in the most recent quarter also missing $2.77 a share. The street was looking for $3.04.
And Oxford Industry is the owner of Tommy Hilfiger and Lilly Pulitzer, which is probably more well known to most consumers than Oxford Industries. Have you guys also noticed, I don't know if you go to McDonald's pretty regularly, there's one near the office and I go there every once in a while, and you can get through the whole transaction without really talking to anyone. There's a kiosk there that allows you to punch in your order, but they're doing more and more of this where they're installing digital ordering stations that can now take cash and give change as well, so that, you know, there's really no need for human interaction if you wanted to avoid it.
Wait, people still use cash?
Yes.
That's more to the point. I'm
Yes,
like, wait,
a lot of
there are
people
who do
Yeah,
that?
yeah, definitely.
We trust a robot with our money, I guess that's the
Well,
question.
now that all these places, I'm not saying McDonald's does, but now all these places are saying that you have to pay like 3 or 5% more when you pay with a credit card. Have you guys seen that when you go out to dinner and stuff?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm like, using more cash now than I have in years.
Some of the bodegas actually put out prices that say, this is how much it is in cash, $2.50. This is how much it is if you pay with credit card, $2.50 $8.
I also wonder if this is just people can't get workers, or they're trying to cut costs.
I think they're
or
cutting
overhead.
costs.
Cutting costs. No one wants to pay Visa or MasterCard if they can help it.
Yeah.
But also with the digital ordering kiosks, you don't have to have people take your order when you can have a computer do it.
And nobody has to know that you're not a kid and you're buying a Happy Meal.
There you go.
That's a really good
Secret
point.
safe with the robot, Carol.
The robot doesn't judge.
All right, that's a wrap. Across platform, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, folks. Alex, I know you're heading out. Scarlett and Romaine are going to continue on TV, and we're going to continue on Bloomberg Business Week right here on radio. We will see you, though, all same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol, one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. Here's the headline. Taylor Swift brings 283 million fans to razor-thin 2024 election. The world's biggest pop star threw her support behind the Democratic ticket, energizing millions of her loyal fans. Yes, the campaign has started taking pre-orders for the Harris Walls friendship bracelets.
Are you serious?
True. I'm serious.
Wow.
I saw a headline somewhere.
What?
That they're selling pretty well.
Oh my gosh.
They might not even be available anymore. Speaking of friendship bracelets, Taylor Swift, she's a cultural phenomenon.
Totally.
Think sold-out concerts all over the world, her high-profile relationship, what her presence has brought to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps that's why Democrats had for months speculated about Swift actually backing their ticket. Well, Natalie Tran is the co-founder of I Am a Voter. It's a nonpartisan organization that works to, in its words, quote, create a cultural shift around voting and civic engagement. Natalie joins us from Los Angeles. Kind of perfect timing for you to come on our program, Natalie, because I feel like if there were somebody who could create a cultural shift in a razor-thin margin race, it is none other than Taylor Swift. What are your thoughts on that?
She did it. I thought that post was pretty phenomenal. And I love that she signed it off as a childless cat lady.
We're showing it right now on our screen for those people watching on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
And she said, I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I mean, it was pretty wild. And the timing, you know, what was it? Less than a half an hour after the end of the debate. Tell us about, I want to take a step back. Your organization, you know, we said in your words, create a cultural shift around voting and civic engagement. What does that mean? Because some would say in terms of civics, we need to actually educate a fair amount of people about kind of how government works. But talk to us a little bit about
media literacy.
Or media literacy, like, yeah, right? That's exactly what we talked about with David Weston. Tell us exactly what you guys are doing.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me and for the opportunity. You know, for us at I Am a Voter, we really wanted to make sure that we were building an organization that was going to be culturally relevant. We know that millennials and Gen Z will be the majority of potential voters in 2028. And we know how much time we're all spending on our phones and on social media, that we wanted to make sure that we were building a voting organization that was going to meet our new voters where they're going to be and where they're going to be at. And how do we find a way to really leverage some of the biggest cultural phenomenons, whether it's Taylor Swift or sports teams and digital influencers, also getting them engaged. So that way, when there is a presidential election or any election, we have all the tools and resources at the ready. And so that was really the genesis behind I Am a Voter. And I'm really excited to tell you more about some of the great partnerships we've been having and some of our impact.
I definitely want to hear about some of those. I want to start with impact, though, and just get an understanding of the baseline here and sort of where you're starting. To what extent do we understand how millennials show up to vote in presidential elections? And I know we have less data on Gen Z, but how have they shown up?
Yeah, I think it's that really is the key question, and I will say I think that sometimes millennials and Gen Z get a bad rap, but they're really actually so active. They're just showing up in different ways than generations before them. We know that for this election cycle and many moving forward, youth vote will be the key vote, which is why so many campaigns are trying to figure out how they can really get in front of them and break through the noise. I'll just share a quick stat, which I find is really phenomenal, is millennials are spending 157 minutes a day on social media, and Gen Z is 180 minutes. And when you look at traditional campaigns, most of those campaigns are still buying ads on television, which is important, but we have to recognize that there needs to be a shift to things like digital first platforms, and then finding a way to really break through all of the noise that's out there, which is why the work that we're doing.
We're a little horrified by these numbers here. I feel like the, you know, Sunday morning you wake up and a few hours after you wake up, you get that notification from Apple that shows your screen time.
3 hours a day? Did I do the math right?
They're ticking and they're talking, I guess, Carol, is what the kids say, right, Elizabeth?
I know.
Ticking and talking?
When I first read that, I thought is that 157 minutes a week? And I had to read it a couple times.
So, no offense, but it makes me say, okay, we've got a much more serious problem at hand.
That's for a different conversation.
So, okay, but obviously you take that information and you've got to think about how do you reach those voters. I mean, is it as simple as just people are they not registered? Do they not care? Like, what is it that moves the needle in terms of this group? Because I think for a long time it was like, they're candidates I just can't even relate to.
Right. There's definitely a little bit of that. I think there's a lot of young people that don't necessarily see themselves reflected in the process and sort of what they've been hearing and seeing from the campaigns. You know, nearly 1 in 5 young people have not yet been contacted by a campaign. So we just look at that as opportunity. Whereas, you know, campaigns are also limited by capacity and funds and time. There's a great opportunity for nonpartisan organizations, grassroots efforts like I Am a Voter to reach the other 4 out of 5 young people and to really get them not only educated, but involved in the process. So whether that's getting them to register to vote or showing up at a local town hall. Or maybe even themselves inspiring them, and maybe they're a future elected candidate in their local towns or local cities, or they sign up to be a poll worker. But we know that the very first step is to get them interested and to get them involved. So what we really try and do is we want to just push out the facts. We're not trying to sway them one way or the other, because we know that they can figure that out for themselves if they have all the right information.
But don't you feel like that's what? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm looking at the Pew Research Center, given that they have some good data on the U.S. House and how the Senate is looking. The median age of voting House lawmakers, this is in the current term, 57.9 years, so 58. And then the Senate is even older, pulling that. The median age is about 65.3. So there's room for those younger candidates to get in there.
Right. You can understand. So based on what you are doing and what you are seeing, I mean, did the candidates last night, do you think they reached a younger voter?
You know, I think we'll have to wait and see. I think all campaigns are trying really hard to make sure that they are being heard. The majority of young people probably didn't watch the debates last night. And that's just not that's not about this election cycle. For most presidential debates, the average viewer is not of Gen Z or millennial age. And I think what most folks are probably seeing today, or young people are seeing today, is what is the after effect of that, and what are the short snippets that they're seeing on social, and what are their friends posting, which is why relational organizing is so important, because most folks are going to be hearing about the election from not just traditional news, but actually probably their neighbor or somebody that they follow on social.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so amazing is sometimes people send me like screenshots from Instagram with news.
Yeah, well, and you know, I was thinking about it was
sound like I'm so out of it, but
I was also thinking, like, I don't know. I think you watched all of it, most of it.
Yeah, the debate.
Yeah, I watched all of it, and I know this is our job, but it's interesting how many be like, yeah, no, I wait until everybody snips it, and like I just read the clips.
Well, you can also kind of follow real time on Twitter/X and see what kind of is resonating with people. Like with Mitt Romney's, binders full of women comment from 2012, right?
Right, but
that was huge.
Sometimes you watch all of it to get a better feel of, I don't know, it's just interesting. Like when we're just
that's a good point.
News
snippets versus the whole thing.
Yeah, or the high points. Natalie, interesting stuff. Natalie Tran, co-founder of I Am a Voter, joining us from LA. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. What a turnaround today for the U.S. stock market. A rally in the world's largest tech companies spurred a stock market rebound in a volatile session that had Wall Street traders digesting faster than anticipated inflation data. The S&P 500 index up 1.1% today. The NASDAQ 100 up 2.2%. First time since October of 2022 that each gauge erased an intraday loss of at least 1.5%. Chip makers led today's gains. S&P 500 index advanced 58, closing very close to session highs, up by 1.1%. The Dow advanced 124 points, up by 0.3%, and NASDAQ was up 369, higher by 2.2%. 10-year 3.65%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.64%. Gold 25.12 the ounce, down $4, a drop of 0.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.2%, 67.23 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, 70.59, a gain of 2%. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, whose products have become the hottest commodity in the tech world, says the scramble for a limited amount of supply has frustrated some customers and raised tensions. NVIDIA today, one of the standouts, surging 8.1%. After last night's debate, shares of Donald Trump's social media company tumbled. Trump Media and Technology Group, which operates Truth Social and counts the presidential candidate as its top shareholder, dropped today by 10.5%. Ticker on that company, DJT. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up by 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, our next guest has 30 years of experience at McKinsey & Company, focusing on projects related to organizational change in companies that range from high-tech to banking, healthcare, industrial, and more. He's a senior partner at McKinsey and senior partner at McKinsey & Company and co-dean of the CEO Leadership Program, the Bauer Forum. He's also got a brand new book out. It's called The Journey of Leadership, How CEOs Learn to Lead from the Inside Out. Ramesh Srinivasan, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's good to have you with us. My first question is very basic. There's 4 co-authors on this book. How do you write a book with 3 other people?
It's actually a fantastic experience. I've learned a lot from my co-authors, Dana, Hans Werner, and Kurt. Obviously some of us took the lead on different chapters, but bringing the different perspectives together was a fantastic learning experience for us.
All right, so which chapters did you write?
So I wrote the chapter on humility. That's one of our first chapters. I wrote the chapter on vulnerability. I wrote the chapter on control is an illusion. Happy to talk about that. But I'm also, as co-dean of the Bauer Forum, I've been in the journey of many CEOs who've gone through the program. More than 500 CEOs have gone through it. So I have a good view of all the chapters.
How many leaders come to you guys and they're not great leaders to begin with?
By the time you become a leader in that sense and you're like a leader enough to, hire McKinsey.
Right.
You've obviously done some things right.
You have done some things right. And I think you've got a good achievement orientation. You've accomplished something, but yet you want to learn. So people come to the Bauer Forum, people come to our leadership programs because they at least have that initial sense of wanting to learn. So there is some self-selection in that process.
Okay, so talk a little bit about just the experience of sort of understanding what makes a leader successful. Oftentimes we talk to CEOs of companies, especially this time of year, because it's like book season.
Yeah.
So we're talking to, we spoke to Ann Chow yesterday, former CEO of AT&T Business. These CEOs, they spend 3 decades at a company. We had Andrew Liveris earlier this week he spent years at Dow. He was at Dow for more than 30 years. He wrote a book about leadership as well. Oftentimes, the folks who are writing books about leadership are the ones who are retired from leading these companies, not necessarily day-to-day working with other CEOs. So talk a little bit about bringing that perspective.
Yeah, we have stories of both CEOs who are retired, and we have stories of CEOs who are still active. And I think what we found is, and this is the concept of inside-out leadership that we've described in the book, successful leaders, especially in a world that is changing so fast with complex geopolitics and technology disruptions, they think a lot about who they are, what is their purpose, and use that to inspire their teams, inspire organizations. So our big learning was that the model of the imperial CEO no longer exists. And these leaders, and Andrew is a great example, think a lot more about their purpose and use that to consciously inspire their teams and their institutions they're leading.
What about inspiring just by paying really good wages and giving benefits and making, I just think about for workers, it's interesting coming off the debate, right? It's like the economy, the economy, the economy. And even though wages have gone up, there are workers out there who don't feel like they are participating, especially when it comes to publicly held companies, in the fortunes of those companies. So what about something as simple as that? I understand they're like kind of rah-rah, inspiring your team. But it's hard, I think, for some folks who say, okay, great, I've got an inspiring leader, but I'm having trouble because my wages haven't gone up as much.
You're absolutely right. I think these leaders think about stakeholders and have to think about all stakeholders, their employees, their team, society more broadly, their customers. I'll give you an example of Frank D'Souza, who was, one of the co-founders of Cognizant, Indian IT and BPO company, thought a lot about, even if a frontline software programmer reached out to him, he would always, connect with them, respond to them. And so in many of these sectors, especially the knowledge economy, thinking about all employees is quite critical. So completely agree with you. Even in the manufacturing, I'm with you. I think the successful companies are thinking about creating value, not just for shareholders, but for employees as well. I see this even in private equity. Companies are thinking much more about broader participation in creating value.
How do they justify that from a cost perspective?
I think all our research at McKinsey shows that deeper engagement, investing in employees, taking care of them, benefits, well-being, that absolutely leads, that deeper engagement leads to better productivity, better performance, better financial returns. There's a lot of research that confirms that.
You do talk to CEOs, and you mentioned the head of Cognizant, but I'm just curious, talk to us about some of the CEOs that you did talk to for the book and what you wanted to get from them and include.
Yeah, Frank is actually in the book, but beyond Frank, a couple of other CEOs, Stefan Bancel of Moderna, when he wanted to, he had the aspiration of developing the vaccine. They'd never manufactured a vaccine before. So he told his head of manufacturing, tell me what support you need to make 1 billion doses of vaccines. And the head of manufacturing almost fell off the chair, but they also realized that, Stefan not only set an aggressive ambition, but was there to support them, roll up his sleeves, solve problems with them. Another is Wendy Kopp of Teach for America and then Teach for All. When she took Teach for America to now in 60 countries, she realized the value of the importance of understanding the context, understanding the entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs in these geographies, and has come up with this model of collaborative leadership where the fundamental idea of education equity is the same, but she's had to tailor the model and inspire these leaders to have the kind of impact in these 60 countries that she never thought was possible 15, 20 years ago.
A lot of your own work has focused on organizational change, as I mentioned in the introduction. This is just another way to describe how companies organize themselves from a human capital perspective. And I'm wondering, over your 3-decade career at McKinsey, what the biggest shift in how organizations have realized how they can be more efficient, what has that shift been?
I think the biggest shift is the notion of purpose. So we often talk about people, purpose, performance. I think these institutions have realized that they need to figure out what is their purpose and how do they help the people in the organization reflect on what gives them meaning, whether it be their own development, their teams, their bosses, the communities around them, and how do they tie that purpose back to the individual. That's when they can unleash the most from the people and deliver sustainable performance. Again, Moderna is a great example. And in healthcare, It's probably easier when you're doing work in life sciences or healthcare, but helping people see the value of what they're doing can then unleash their fullest potential.
I thought it was interesting. There's a chapter, chapter 10, everyone keeps things from the boss, and it talks about as somebody becomes the CEO, they really no longer have peers who might, inform them, keep them
Say no
informed,
to them?
say no to them, or
I know a lot of instances of that I've seen play out over the last few
Right?
years.
Like, so afraid
Like,
to
why
get
is this? Nobody's saying no around this guy. You can tell.
right, or say, that's a great idea.
Yeah, everybody's
Let's
saying
do
that's a
it."
great idea, boss.
So, you get in this vacuum, and, I think there's a lot of either founder-led companies or founder-created companies that ultimately get into a problem where nobody wants to tell them,
Don't tweet that?
anything. Yeah, don't tweet that. Exactly. No, I just think about, here we're looking at companies like Starbucks and Chipotle went through a period.
yeah.
Like these companies so identified with their founders for a long time and went through some tough times. I don't know. What do you tell the leaders to make sure they don't get in that predicament? How do they not get in that predicament?
You're absolutely right. And by the way, this issue is not just in founder-led companies. It's actually many companies, and not just the CEO. Even as you get more senior, people start holding back and don't share the truth with folks. So I think we had the story in that chapter about the media company CEO who surrounded himself with truth tellers. And these truth tellers were people at all levels. He selected people who were not afraid of speaking the truth, but also created an environment where he set that expectation with them so that they would come and tell him what was really happening, what customers were telling them, how they were feeling, how their peers were feeling. And he used that knowledge to set the strategy, inspire people, and direct his own team.
Hey, how has the organizational structure at McKinsey changed in your career?
I think at McKinsey, our mission and values have stayed the same in these 30 years. Obviously, the scope of work we do, the geographies we are in, that has expanded quite a bit in response to what our clients are asking. And we are innovating, we're experimenting, we've invested a lot in technology, and then we've embedded purpose into what we do. That's become much more important for us now. So those are some of the shifts that I have seen in these 30 years.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to take a break and do a little bit of an update here, but we're going to come back with Ramesh Srinivasan. He's Professor of Information Studies and Design, Media Arts, Senior Partner at McKinsey & Company. His new book is The Journey of Leadership, How CEOs Learn to Lead from the Inside Out.
Hey, taking a look at how markets closed on this Wednesday, September 11th, 2024, we saw a rally in tech companies. The NASDAQ higher by more than 2% today. The S&P 500 up more than 1% today. It was down as much as 1.6% earlier in the session, Carol. The Dow up 0.3%.
All right, folks, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advanced today, overcoming earlier losses. A rally in the world's biggest tech companies spurred a stock market rebound in a volatile session that had Wall Street traders digesting faster than anticipated inflation data. S&P ending the session very close to session highs, up 58 points today, up by 1.1%. The S&P at 55.54. The Dow up 124 points, up by 0.3%. NASDAQ up 369, a gain today of just about 2.2%. Got to keep in mind at the worst level of the day, we did have the S&P down by 1.5%. 10-year yield 3.65%, the 2-year 3.64%, spot gold down 0.1%, 25.12 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude advanced 2.3%, now at 67.28 a barrel. Brent back above 70. Barrel of Brent 62 up today by 2.1%. Chip makers led today's gains with Nvidia rallying by 8%. Bottom line, an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Jimmy Lee is managing partner at the Wealth Consulting Group. And right here on Bloomberg Business Week, he told us he does see further gains for stocks.
I still believe that we've got some upside in equities, even though we came into this week with S&P 500 up over 22%. That is a very good year so far for the index anyways. And so a correction of 5 to 10% is something that would be very typical or normal for me after a run-up of that magnitude so quickly. And so I think if we get some volatility, I would put cash to work on those dips into equities.
Jimmy Lee of Wealth Consulting Group, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Sources tell Bloomberg OpenAI is in talks to raise $6.5 billion from investors at a valuation of $150 billion. After last night's debate, shares of Donald Trump's social media company tumbled. Trump Media and Technology Group operates Truth Social. It does count the presidential candidate as its top shareholder. Today, we had shares of DJT, that's the ticker, down 10.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I've got an important message for our listeners out there in the Bay Area. Starting October 1st, the place to listen to us in the San Francisco Bay Area is on the Bloomberg Business app. It works seamlessly in your car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Make the switch today, because October 1st, Bloomberg Radio is streaming directly to your phone. The Bay Area's new home for Bloomberg Radio is the Bloomberg Business app. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. You love CarPlay.
I do love CarPlay.
Yeah.
I love, it makes it easier.
It makes it a lot
Who
easier.
doesn't love CarPlay? And
People who don't have it yet in their cars.
All right. So
I know that from experience.
On your to-do list. All right. Listen, we want to get back to our guest. 30 years at McKinsey & Company, senior partner at McKinsey, co-dean of the CEO Leadership Program, the Bauer Forum. He's the co-author of a new book we've been talking about, The Journey of Leadership, How CEOs Learn to Lead from the Inside Out. We are still talking with Ramesh Srinivasan. Hey, Ramesh, one thing I want to ask you, and I think it's safe to say we've done a lot of reporting, a lot of other folks, about the consulting industry overall, McKinsey and others, kind of going through a bit of a rethink, a redesign. McKinsey, we talked about earlier this year, Bloomberg reported out, cutting some jobs. They talked about a slowdown in demand for services. And more broadly, the consulting industry has really been going through, kind of been under the microscope, if you will, and McKinsey in particular, in terms of the influence of the firm and, its reputation, its involvement. And I wonder a couple of things. One, how is the consulting industry going? What kind of demand are you seeing for your services? And secondly, is it tough sometimes when McKinsey has been under the microscope to kind of give advice to other companies? And how does that make it kind of interesting, the conversations?
I've been in the industry for 30 years, and I think the industry goes through its own cycles. But I see robust demand. I talked about changing geopolitics, technology disruptions, climate change. All of these are changes happening in the world, and our clients are looking for new creative ways of driving growth. Our vision is to help clients deliver sustainable, inclusive growth in the world. I think in that journey, we're seeing robust demand. We're also having to shift our own practices. Frankly, if anything, we're, when clients look at us and see some of the changes we're doing, see the way in which we're adjusting ourselves, part of it is we're taking some of our own medicine, and I see a demand continuing to be robust. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. The book is getting great response from people, and that's what keeps me going.
All right, one thing we wanted to do, we've done this with some other folks that have written leadership books, is talk about some of the leaders that are out there. And I want to start with the two leaders that were up on stage in Pennsylvania last night, the debate stage. Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. How would you rank them as leaders? What advice would you give to them in terms of their leadership skills or lack thereof?
I am not a political commentator. I'm not an expert. I'll leave it to other experts. I think our belief, like I said, is this concept of inside-out leadership, where we see successful leaders in business, in social leadership, in all spheres, thinking about their own purpose, who they are, and using that to inspire teams, inspire the world. That's the model we see, we understand well, and that's what we're sharing with the world.
Do you think that though these are two candidates, either of them, one of them, both of them, that inspire, like the electorate and citizens?
They obviously have like citizens in different parts of the world that they inspire, right? So they resonate with different parts of the world and different parts of America as well.
All right, so maybe easier. Let's pick a leader that we talk about. Where do you want to go, Tim?
I want to talk about Elon Musk. I mean, he's someone we talk about each and every day. He's got several companies, including SpaceX, Tesla, of course, the Boring Company. He's got X, formerly known as Twitter.
Did you say Neuralink?
Didn't say Neuralink yet.
There you go.
That's one of his companies, XAI, as well.
A lot.
When you look at Elon Musk, what do you see in terms of leadership?
I mean, I see a leader who comes up with ideas, innovating, bold. So many attributes that are interesting and useful to learn from.
What about ways that you think he could be a better leader?
Again, I have not studied Elon Musk. So again, I don't think I'm an expert at Elon Musk specifically. I'll go back to what we see leaders do. I think for us, our leadership model starts with leading self. Who am I? Being more self-aware, being aware of like, what are my strengths? What are my areas? How can I improve? Like I said right at the beginning, that's why people come to the Bauer Forum and other leadership programs we do. And then using that to lead teams, inspire teams. I already mentioned, at least our belief is that the model of the imperial CEO is no longer sustainable. And then using that to inspire institutions, inspire change in the world. That's the model of sustainable leadership we've seen, we've studied, and we share with leaders who come to us.
Ramesh, what are some takeaways that folks who don't necessarily lead organizations at the top, but maybe managers who have small teams or who are early on in their careers, what are some takeaways that they can get from the leaders at the top of their game who you've written about, you've studied, you've worked with?
Yeah, our book is actually meant for a wide spectrum of leaders. Leaders, frankly, who are in schools today, leaders who are early in their career, leaders who are more senior. My advice would be, focus not just on academic success and achievement, but think about your own purpose. What do you want to accomplish in the world? What service you want to provide to the community around you, and bring that sense of purpose to the institutions you're part of. Ask a lot of questions. When I meet a lot of younger colleagues who are coming into McKinsey, I tell them, exercise the obligation to dissent. That's one of our key principles within McKinsey. Ask a lot of questions, understand how things work, invite a lot of feedback and coaching, and use that to improve and grow. That's what I advise younger leaders.
Interesting stuff. I mean, listen, a lot of leaders, right? Like looking for advice and trying to figure out in an environment where things can change a lot thrown at you. And if you're publicly held, you can be out if the stock price isn't doing well.
Or maybe they keep paying you even if the stock is going down. We've seen situations like that before, too.
Yeah, we have seen that. Ramesh, thank you so much. Ramesh Srinivasan, as we said, senior partner at McKinsey & Company. The book is called The Journey of Leadership, How CEOs Learn to Lead from the Inside Out. This is Bloomberg.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Like I said, it's time to talk olive oil. We're not talking Popeye.
You said
here.
olive oil.
Olive oil, yeah.
Olive oil.
Olive oil, yeah.
Not Popeye.
Not Popeye. It's what Amanda Mull describes as the global olive oil lobby. We're going to get to that in a minute. Today, olive oil is in every kitchen. It's nearly a $7 billion market that's still growing significantly. But there's a little drama. It involves olive oil in a squeeze bottle. Amanda Mull is Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter. And for Business Week, she writes about the $60 million idea of putting olive oil into a bottle. She joins us from Hawaii. You can read her story and more on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/businessweek. How do I get to go to Hawaii?
That's what we really want to know.
You get invited very luckily to a house here. In my experience, that's how you get here.
Is that a real background or is that one of those fake Zoom backgrounds?
That is real.
Oh.
It moves.
Wow. For those people who are not watching on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals, it's the most iconic, idyllic, you know, it's the epitome of a background.
Is there like a luau? Like
I don't know, just chilling out, enjoying the sun. Okay,
come over.
I thought it was going to be an olive oil convention.
It's not an olive oil convention. I think she's just having fun, and she's taking some time to join us, which I really appreciate. Okay, can you talk a little bit, because I teased this global olive oil lobby. We, you know, everywhere, every kitchen you go to.
Is that your debate
not commercial,
connection there?
Not commercial kitchen, but every like home kitchen you go to has a bottle of olive oil in it. It wasn't always this way. Can you talk a little bit about what's happened over the last 3 decades or so?
Right. As recently as the 1990s, when I was a kid and forming my own tastes in food, olive oil was sort of a gourmet ingredient. It was for people who had like a real interest in international cooking, or people who had lived overseas or had family from overseas, especially Southern Europe. But it was not something that just sat in every kitchen in America, or in this case, over half of kitchens in America now. And the olive oil growers of Southern Europe wanted to change that. So they started a series of these really luxurious junkets where they would bring American food world stars overseas and sort of wine them and dine them and teach them about the culinary foodways of the region. And front and center all the time was olive oil. And this worked really, really well. A lot of people at those junkets hosted cooking shows, wrote cookbooks, and included this like wonderful, like heart healthy fat in their recommendations. And that's sort of where the Mediterranean diet came from. That's where most of America's education on olive oil started then.
I gotta say, in my own home, there was a transition from Crisco, the Crisco cans that my mom would use for like making French fries or fried chicken and so on and so forth, or fried fish, and then it got to those big cans of, I can't remember the olive oil brand.
But it was olive oil. It wasn't like
eventually.
Wasn't a vegetable oil or like a.
But then you went through some vegetable.
Yeah.
Like, we went through all these different phases, but now I know my own home for the most part it's all olive oil.
Yeah, Crisco, fascinatingly, also sort of an invention of convenience. It was an industrial byproduct, which is why it existed. We used a lot of that when I was a kid because I'm from Georgia, so there's a lot of Crisco available in my household. But now my mom cooks with olive oil. It was a very, very effective set of junkets, a marketing effort, basically.
How big is the olive oil market?
In the U.S., it's $7 billion, but the U.S. is still a minority player globally in the olive oil market. It is many, many times that around the world. Per capita, Spain, Greece, Italy all consume like many, many times what Americans consume. But we still are a big player because we import almost all of our olive oil. So for those countries, the American market is very, very important.
Okay, well, we got to talk about the next evolution of olive oil, which is what your story for Bloomberg Business Week focuses on. It's the olive oil in a squeeze bottle. Talk to us about what's going on with Andrew Benin and Graza.
Sign me up, man.
Well, Graza debuted just a couple of years ago, and they make olive oil that is mostly from the Spanish picul olive, which is a very common varietal that is used in olive oil. And their real insight when they were developing this product was that olive oil packaging leaves a lot to be desired. In the market up until this point, there had been plastic bottles that were like not squeezable, that were mostly just bulk hard plastic containers, the kind of thing that you would see at Costco often. Or there were, for sort of like nicer bottles, there were glass. And glass is heavy, glass is unwieldy, it gets very slippery when it gets oily, which it does because olive oil is all over the place. And the spouts that it comes out of, they're hard to control. You have to get your finger over it. And if you're using a big glass bottle, there's a lot of opportunity for mishaps, for overdosing, things like that, of whatever recipe that you're making. So they put their olive oil, which is sort of mid-priced, into these like soft plastic squeeze bottles that sort of ape what line cooks use at restaurants. But you don't have to buy the bulk olive oil and fill them yourself and buy the squeeze bottle separately. And they made it in two varieties. One is called Sizzle, one is called Drizzle. So if you are a new cook, if you're a young cook, if you're just figuring out how to use basic ingredients for yourself,